dear members of MonGOOS and Aquarius project, it's for me a pleasure to welcome all of you to the Málaga Oceanographic Center and also to our city. Since the possibility of organizing the annual General Assembly and workshop of MonGOOS at the Oceanographic Center of Málaga was raised, this idea was enthusiastically received by the directive team of the Spanish Institute of Oceanography and myself as director of the Málaga Oceanographic Center. We are very happy and also grateful to the MonGOOS co-chairs and their executive board for choosing our city and our center for this event, and hope that in the future we will have more opportunities to collaborate with MonGOOS and offer our facilities for other meetings and events. And there are several reasons for us to be pleased with the organization of this event. The Spanish Institute of Oceanography is a century-old institution, founded by the oceanographer and naturalist Odón de Buen in 1914. At that time, the Spanish Institute of Oceanography was made up of only 3 laboratories: the laboratory in Santander, the one in Palma de Mallorca, and the one here in Málaga. Málaga was chosen to be one of the first oceanographic centers because of its location in the Alboran Sea, its proximity to the Straits of Gibraltar, and to the African coast and the Mediterranean. This geographical location was considered of great importance for the implementation of the conservation program, both on the physical and chemical aspects of the Alboran Sea and the Mediterranean, as well as on living organisms, including the phyto and zooplankton communities and exploitable living resources. And also, since its foundation, the Málaga Oceanographic Center understood that the true knowledge of the Mediterranean required international cooperation. Today, we continue that work of research on the marine sciences and international cooperation, without which it's impossible to advance in the knowledge and sustainable management of the seas. And within this cooperation, organizations such as MonGOOS play an essential role. And therefore, the Oceanographic Center in Málaga could not miss the opportunity to contribute to the work and efforts developed by MonGOOS. These days, we are moving to this new building and these new facilities in the city of Málaga that have been open for just 1 month. It is a great joy for us that the first international meeting held in our new center is precisely the annual General Assembly of Workshop of MonGOOS, an organization that promotes the same values of knowledge and cooperation with which the Spanish Institute of Oceanography was created more than 100 years ago. Finally, I also want to encourage you, in the little free time that this meeting leaves to you, to know and enjoy the city of Málaga. You will discover that Málaga is a hospitable city that welcomes all visitors very well. It remains for me to wish you a pleasant stay in our city and in our center, and that the work you will be doing in the next few days will be very fruitful. Thank you very much.
And that our general director was going to be here to welcome all of you, but she will explain in the video she has recorded. She could not finally attend the meeting, so I'm going to play this video. She will welcome you.
Dear members of Aquarius Project, dear Mediterranean Oceanographic community, dear colleagues. On behalf of the Spanish Institute of Oceanography, it's for me a pleasure to welcome you to Málaga Oceanographic Center. First of all, I would like to...
La pantalla.
Oceanographic Center. First of all, I would like to apologize for not being there in person with you today, as I had initially planned, but other commitments prevent me from doing so and oblige me to be today in the city of Cádiz. However, I believe that my absence today at the opening act of your annual General Assembly is good news for the MonGOOS community. Today, the Spanish Institute of Oceanography receives the largest and best-equipped oceanographic vessel ever built in Spain, a global oceanographic vessel of 84 meters length with capacity for 40 scientists and polar campaigns. I have no doubt that this new vessel will contribute to improving our ability to observe the oceans and also, in particular, the Mediterranean Sea. Among other objectives, it will contribute to boost our understanding about climate change and extreme events, as the title of the workshop that will be held after the General Assembly. I have to say, as director of the Spanish Institute of Oceanography, that our institution's commitment to MonGOOS is total. The IEO supports numerical modeling groups, as well as systematic observation and monitoring of our seas, including its own Mediterranean observation system. Finally, the IEO is strongly involved in applying this knowledge to practical applications, such as the management of our fisheries resources, the development of aquaculture, or environmental protection. For this reason, the IEO has been advising the Spanish state on the management of its fisheries resources almost since it was founded, and currently advises the Spanish government on the creation of new protected areas with the aim of achieving the 30% protection of our waters by 2030. Observation, modeling, and application of the knowledge acquired are the three axes on which MonGOOS is organized. And there are also three basic pillars in the organization and functioning of the Spanish Institute of Oceanography. For this reason, the IEO is from the beginning a member of MonGOOS. Currently, the directive team of our institution is working hard to relaunch IEO's international cooperation with other organizations and countries, including especially our African neighbors, who are a very important part of the MonGOOS community. Therefore, the Spanish Institute of Oceanography wishes to work actively within MonGOOS, reinforcing our commitment to this organization. And finally, I can only wish you that these 3 days in Malaga will be very fruitful and will be a real success for the oceanographic community of MonGOOS, because your success is undoubtedly also the success of our institution. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our General Assembly meeting. I would like to thank to Dr. David Macias for hosting and for allowing us to do our meeting here, so as to the director, Mari Carmen Garcia, to give us the opportunity to be here in Malaga. I would like to talk briefly, because we are starting late, since we know the Mediterranean are very keen not to be so punctual, and so we start a little bit late. But today we have a very, very tight session. We will have an invited lectures given by Dr. Azzurro. There was the field notes from a catastrophe, a journey through the Mediterranean Sea. Then we will give an overview what has been done, the collaborations of MonGOOS with region in regional aspects. We will have also some view from the working groups, and we will have the Aquarius project, a common transnational access funding calls. you will see all the opportunities where we can go through this project to use the facilities that are made available through this project for the Mediterranean Sea. So I will kindly ask, I know they have the Wi-Fi, I kindly ask, we are just a few, I kindly ask just to not to be on the phone all the time, so trying to contribute to our meeting. So I will give the floor. I will say also, wanted to say that this is my last year as a co-chair. It's a long time has passed since I stepped in, already 6 years. So I asking, there will be, in the afternoon, we will get a little session, try to boost partners to step in the next co-chairs. The other co-chair stepped also down, that it was Karin Hilmi, and he unfortunately couldn't come. And so we will talk a little bit more about this in the afternoon. The status of MonGOOS says that the chairs could be only 6 years, two mandates, 3 years and 3 years. So until we get the new co-chairs, I will be in interim, but I really struggle all of the partners to contribute and step in to candidate for being chair. So I give the floor to Dr. Azzurro. Where is? Ah, you were sitting there. Thank you, Ernesto.
Thank you, Vanessa. Yes. Thank you very much, MonGOOS, for inviting me. Thank you very much, Vanessa. I'm really happy to be here this morning with you. I'm a little bit an outsider because I'm not an oceanographer like you. My basis is on the field of ecological sciences, a little bit of fishery, but not exactly fishery. And well, today in this, let's say, lecture, I try to make a compilation, a list of things that are going on in the Mediterranean, macroscopical changes that are happening before the eyes of we scientists, but also before the eyes of the many people that live in this scene, especially coastal communities. I'm sorry for the title. I'm not a catastrophic guy. The title has been inspired from a famous book of Elizabeth Colbert. And, but I thought that it was a nice way to, well, to present the subject of this presentation. Well, actually, we have to be realistic and aware of what is going on all over the world, all over the oceans. And the Mediterranean is a very special case. The last report of the planetary boundary science well, tells us that 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries have been transgressed. So we, as Rockstrom say, John Rockstrom say, our planet is in a kind of critical condition, the patient planet Earth. And this is very well, this let's say, a global problem, global issue is quite well, very well represented in the Mediterranean. You always say the Mediterranean to be indicated like the miniature ocean, or things that are happening outside of the Mediterranean, on the global planet, on the planet, are represented and very visible in our Mediterranean. Our beautiful Mediterranean, a sea that is an hotspot for biodiversity, the cradle of our civilization, is now under severe pressure. It's also a sea with rich of endemisms, species that live only in this sea. So this sea has been historically subjected to several pressures, overfishing, pollutions, in the last decades, invasive species, and now we put climate change on top, and this complicates very much the situation, because of the impact, because also of our need to improve and to understand what is going on. So usually when I start speaking about climate change, I used to present these slides, so telling about the rate of increase in temperature, but in this case you will teach me how much the temperatures of the Mediterranean are increasing. The Mediterranean, it's you know better than me that it's a sea where the increase in temperature is much higher than the average of the global ocean. And now, the effects of climate change, of course, can be very articulated, no? And there are effects that are mediated by other factors, effects that interact by other factors, and impacts that are more direct. And for the things I'm going to present today, that we important to recall that the Mediterranean biota, for historical reasons, is characterized by species that have a different thermal affinity. So you remember the Messinian crisis, and then the Mediterranean has been colonized again, but Atlantic species. So for historical reason, we have species that live together, but have different thermal affinity. So we have cold water species, we have temperate species, we have subtropical species, and warm water species. And recently, we also have an important group of species that are tropical species, especially those entering from the Red Sea through the Mediterranean, that of course that have a tropical and warm water affinity. There are species that have been evolved in warm water environments. So the first note that I will present to you, it's about invasive species. And the Mediterranean is an hotspot of diversity, of biological diversity, but also the most invaded sea on planet Earth, so an hotspot for biological invasion. So we count today, this is the last revision that we have more than 1,000 non-indigenous species in the Mediterranean, and a large part of them, more than 700, have established permanent populations. And so every week, the rate is in the last 20 years is 1.4 introduction per week. So the literature, the scientific literature is very rich. So every week we have new records of those species published in the scientific literature. A very huge amount of information we can get from this periodical monitoring. To show you a little bit the rate at which this introduction are proceeding, I will show you some of the result of huge efforts we have done with our institute. The effort was to compile all the information existing in the scientific literature, especially for non-indigenous fish species. So we compiled this information in a database, and we recently published the database in a geoportal that you can easily access to the www.ormef.eu. And so we basically today we have 221 fish species into the Mediterranean that they do not belong to the Mediterranean. And yes, in this graph you can see the historical trends in the introduction. The dots are the species, and here you have the records. And on the left you have the species that's fish species that come from the Suez Canal, and on the right the species that they come from other reasons, like from ships and release of aquaria, aquaculture, and so on. And in the last decades, we have different signals that indicate us that a big acceleration after the 90s. So, for example, this is one of the signals. there is a significant acceleration, significant more capability of the species that enter the Mediterranean after the 90s. So those species are capable of a much faster spread into the Mediterranean. We don't know why, but this is a clear signal we have from our data. Another signal is about the distribution. So here you see the cumulative map of distribution of all the exotic fish species that we have into the Mediterranean. And we can also appreciate this great acceleration after the 90s. And here is clear. We selected 8 species from the 200, 8 famous invaders. You look at the acceleration that we have after the 90s. And think that scientists, until the 90s, the general idea was that those species, those coming from the Red Sea, were not able to cross the Strait of Sicily. They imagined this Lesepsian province. And the observation of the last 20, 30 years, they tell us another story. And yes, so this kind of data can be very important, of course, for us to monitor the distribution and the spread of exotic species. But at the same time, presence-only data can be very important when we combine those data with environmental variable. That is a little bit your work. And because we can develop a model with combining this kind of data. I personally have some experience. I'm not a modelist, but I've been working with species distribution models, and the information you can get from those models can be very useful also for fishery, to provide advice to fishery management. And those are some of the last papers. And for example, one of the questions we try to answer is about the risk of invasion. We could predict the risk of invasion in terms of habitat suitability. And it's quite clear, and it's also intuitive, that for those tropical species, climate change is facilitating the process of invasion, because it's making the Mediterranean a much more suitable environment for species that have a tropical affinity. So we can predict the risk of invasion. But also we can identify the most important predictive variable for species distribution. And for example, we found out, recently we highlighted that not only the temperature is important as a predicting variable, but salinity has a great power in a great influence in explaining the distribution of those species. We also understood that for those guys that are coastal fish species, surface-only variable are very good in prediction. So we don't need to worry too much in the vertical domain. No? So satellite data are, they work even better than the vertical variable that we can get for Copernicus. That's what we have found for those species. Probably for gorgonians, for benthic species, the situation can be different, but at least for those species, surface-only variable, they work very, very well. And we also explored the temporal resolution. Yesterday, with Diego, Vanessa, Emanuela, we have been discussing a little bit the importance of understanding what is the temporal resolution to face this kind of investigation. And in this case, we find out that the better is the temporal resolution, the better is the model, especially for the estimation of the thermal niche. And we also discovered that the thermal niche is not conserved. So what you can predict for a species in its environment, when the species jump into another environment from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean, the behavior of the response of that species with respect to the climatic variable can change very much. And this is also another important advice for modelers. And I also wanted to show you this last paper, because 2 years ago we asked to ourselves, what if those species that jump into the Mediterranean from the Suez Canal could exit the Mediterranean, could go to Atlantic Ocean? So we predicted the probability, environmental suitability of those species in the Atlantic Oceans, and we highlighted that climate change is paving the ground for this kind of inter-ocean fish interchange. That will be a very particular and amazing biogeographical novelty. So species from the Indo-Pacific domain, from the Red Sea, jumping to the Mediterranean and then going to the Atlantic. So two systems, the Indo-Pacific and the Atlantic Ocean, connected again through the Mediterranean. But of course, the effects of climate change are not limited to the exotic fish species. Warming temperature are affecting all the species, from all the taxa, from butterflies to whales, in a process that is called that is causing a poleward migration of species, that are, migrating towards the pole, finding better, cooler temperature. And so this process, again, is the northern hemisphere where we are, means a northward migration of species, very clear in the Mediterranean. So we have many species that, warm water species that are migrating northwards, and on the contrary, cold water species are shrinking their distribution and they are reducing their abundance. And I can show you two cases. For example, the Sardinella aurita, which is a warm water species that are expanding, so it's successful now into the Mediterranean. And on the opposite side, the Spratus is a cold affinity species. The distribution of these species is restricted to the coldest areas of the Mediterranean, like the Gulf of Lions and up into the Adriatic Sea. And this kind of changes are affecting not only, of course, the ecological system, but also the fishery, the economy. And these kind of changes are restructuring the composition of species in the fish catch globally. So this is one of the first and most easy to detect impacts in the fisheries. And I cited this very famous paper of Cheng and others. And but then we have to consider temperature, not just a gradual increase of temperature, but also, you know better than me that climate change is also extreme changes in climate. So we can speak about heat waves, and with Catherine and Matthias, we have been discussing also in the last workshop in Paris with the CIESM, the effect of heat waves, marine heat waves into the Mediterranean. And this is, again, a global problem that is very apparent, very evident in the Mediterranean. And in the last years, a lot of paper studies, observation have appeared in our Mediterranean, claiming the mass mortalities are and were occurring. And really, there is a lot of papers, observation in this field. At least 50 Mediterranean species have been engaged in mass mortality events because of marine heat waves. In this period, in this right moment, a mass mortality of mussels, Mytilus gallo-provincialis, is going on in our place, in the Adriatic Sea. This is a video I made by myself just in front of my institute. So at the end of August, we discovered a severe mortality of mussels, 100% of mortality, not only in front of our institute. We have launched a national survey to understand the extent of this mortality. Something really unbelievable from one day to another, probably because of these huge heat waves, huge heat that we had during this summer. Temperature over the 30 degree for weeks. We had in July and in August. And this is a big concern, not only because you lose the mussels, you lose also the habitat. So for our ecology, it's a tragedy, a catastrophic event, but also for the productive domain. The people that grow mussel into Adriatic, they are suffering of mass mortality. So again, I think that you oceanographers can do much in suggesting what to do and maybe anticipate those happening, indicate how to specially or temporarily allocate the production. And of course, the heat and these kind of problems, they do not act in an isolated manner. They combine with other kind of problems. We are living in what is called a polycrisis, so problems that create synergies. And one of the most worrying synergies is the synergies between climate change, warming, and pathogens. So we have a lot of cases of disease of wild organisms in the Mediterranean. One of the most famous one is the one of the Pinna nobilis, an endemic species, the largest bivalve that we have in the Mediterranean. It's endemic. The species only lives in the Mediterranean. That is suffering a catastrophic event of mass mortality because of a new pathogen. Nobody knows from where this pathogen have come out. And this is also very nice, very worrying event, the mortality of groupers. This virus, beta nodavirus, that has been isolated in the 70s for the first time from aquaculture plants in France. And now this pathogen is everywhere, apparently. And typically, at the end of the summer, especially when we have very warm seasons, we found dead groupers. And this has been particularly hot. This summer has been particularly hot. And we are receiving dozens of observation of dying groupers with the typical sign of beta nodavirus. That it's a virus that can be found in the brains of the animals. And not only groupers, not only Epinephelus marginatus, but also other species of groupers and also other species of fish. A recent study of Terlizzi and others detected this virus in 50 coastal fish species in the Mediterranean. So basically all the fish species have been infected by this virus, and some of them, they develop the disease, typically at the end of the summer. So, and those are just some example of what is going on in the Mediterranean. And so we can understand that this situation is creating a system, a new situation in which we can identify losers, many losers, and a few winners. For example, the tropical invaders. A situation that in the most extreme level can create a collapse of the local biodiversity. And this collapse has been already occurred in some areas of the Mediterranean, especially in the warmest area of our sea, the Eastern Mediterranean. And there is this very nice study of Albano and others entitled Native Biodiversity Collapse in the Eastern Mediterranean. Those guys basically have found that the historical records of MonGOOS demonstrated that in some areas, especially in shallow areas, more than the 95% of MonGOOS were lost in the Eastern Mediterranean. So, and this situation can create a collapse of native biodiversity in basically what we can call underwater deserts. And there is a lot of attention on terrestrial, the advance of terrestrial desert, but very few attention on the marine deserts. So this is a picture, but this is a video that, and this is what you can observe in large part of the Eastern Mediterranean. Basically, bay rocks covered by calcareous algae, and that's it. And you can see some invasive fish also on the screen. So the question is, do we need more proof of our biodiversity crisis? So this is the catastrophic story I wanted to share with you, but of course we are scientists, we must remain positive, and there are some positive elements within this situation, and not many, but well, first of all, there are many opportunities for research, and so we are lucky because there is also a space for us to understand what is going on, and possibly to find some way to I don't like very much the word solutions, because in some cases there are not real solutions, and we must be honest also in our project, in our activity, because many times I see in the papers, also in the project proposals, in the European project, speaking about solutions, but in some cases we don't have solution for this kind of problem, but for sure new opportunity for adaptation. If we cannot solve a problem, we have to find ways to adapt to this problem without solving the problem. New research opportunities. In some cases, we also have new economic opportunities, because I forgot to tell you that some of those new species, for example, the invaders, can create new economic opportunities. For example, as is going on as is happening with the blue crab, and but also other species, other invaders have become commercially important. They are replacing the native species that cannot face the heat in the Eastern Mediterranean. The Eastern Mediterranean, basically the coastal fishery is based on invasive species, and also there are more opportunity to boost conservation efforts and to as well engage the civil society. So I can conclude this presentation with some notes I took after the discussion we had yesterday with Diego, Vanessa, Emanuela, and many of you. And I just took some notes, and this is my personal understanding on how operational oceanography could be useful and support and collaborate with fishery scientists, and how operational oceanography can support the management, fishery management. And I think that your role can be very important, not only for industrial fishery and for the need of regional management organizations, but for the entire situation we are facing. So also for, let's say, small-scale fishery that are facing on the coast major changes in the ecosystem. Also for the people that grow mussels, for example. And of course, I know that in the afternoon you will have to discuss possibility of scientific and technological advances. We know that this finding a way to adapt or solution can be very challenging, especially because you will have to face with the complex interaction that species have with their environment. But, and this is very, very difficult, modeling this complexity in a system where the variabilities keep increasing. So there is a lot of unpredictability. But at least we can also identify some cases that are relatively more simple, like, for example, predicting anticipating the heat waves. There you have a direct effect of the heats on the species. So maybe in this complexity, it could be possible to identify some cases in which immediately your work can be immediately useful for management. For example, to be very pragmatical, the people that grow mussel, they have to understand where to put the mussel. If maybe shifting the production at offshore could be helpful for them, or maybe putting the mussel a little bit deeper. These kind of things, I think that could be relatively easier for you than other kind of complex questions. So good luck with your work, and thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay, I can go.
Thanks, Ernesto. I don't know if there are questions for the audience. Matthias?
Thanks very much for this presentation. So thanks for the presentation. I have a question regarding, so you were showing these viral encephalopathy videos, which were quite, to me, quite distressing to watch. I've never seen anything like it. But my question is more general. Is there a clear relationship between, let's say, marine heat waves or rising temperatures and the occurrence of pathogens? Can you maybe say a sentence or two more? Do we know that this will lead to an increase of pathogens, or what do we know?
Well, no. What we can say is that we don't have this kind of data. We know, because of the things that are happening all over the world, that is a relationship between heats and pathogens. There are many papers and that meta-analysis that review this interaction. For the things that are happening in the Mediterranean, we don't have much than empirical observation. So this is a signal that tell us, hey, that could be an hypothesis to be investigated. So we are at the initial step of the investigation. But that could be your work, our work. But for the viral encephalopathy, the beta notavirus, it's not a case that every year when we have a particularly warm season at the end of the summer, typically in September, October, up to November, fishers, they start seeing floating groupers. So we are working very much with Fisher, also collecting this kind of data from them, and it's really clear. This is really clear. So we are working with signals, empirical observation, but at the same time we have really macroscopical things that going on. So.
Thanks so much. Very nice presentation. You mentioned the opportunity to use prediction model for forecasting marine heat waves. I didn't get if you mentioned long-term scenarios like climate change, or also would be useful to use short-term forecast, or which is the time scale that can be useful to your opinion?
Well, I think that could be useful. Again, I'm not a modelist, so I'm not providing you with the technical answer, but that will be very useful to start from the needs of the ecosystem, or from, that's even simple, from the needs of fishery. For example, the case that I mentioned of the mass mortalities in mussel farm, this is quite simple with respect to other cases. In this case, their request could be very simple. Where do I have to put my mussels? Can you tell me in advance about the heat waves? In this case, if they knew 10 days in advance, for example, no, maybe it can be, if they could be informed about the risk of this kind of happening, they could implement some adaptation measure. Maybe they can start putting the mussel in deeper water. So in this case, the scale is very short. It's very short. But then, if you had to provide strategical advice, for example, for political decisions, in this case, the time scale should be larger, I guess.
Thank you very much for the presentation, super nice. I'm catastrophic, even if you didn't want to say that. My question is, you were saying that there are so many invasive species and that is growing number. And do you know the percentage that is man-introduced, or is a natural migration because the area is changing the conditions? So do you know which one is it? Okay, thank you.
No, thank you, Francisco. By definition, the exotic species is translocated by our species. So all the 1,011, this number is composed only by that species that have been translocated by our species with different vectors, and for fish species, you have we also used to monitor the species that enter the Gibraltar without any assistance, but this phenomenon up to now is not really relevant. So those species that did not develop abundant population. So mostly the invasion is from real translocation, especially from the Suez Canal.
Certainly, the partnership of MonGOOS can collaborate a lot in this, working together with the ecologists, with the fisheries. Now, as we will show later in the afternoon, we will have a mini workshop related to that you anticipated, to fisheries and management, and how we can data, not only observations and modeling, science, and also the management give some answers to certain questions. So it is important in this way what MonGOOS can provide say that we know that is a salinification in the Mediterranean and more in the Adriatic and in the Adriatic. I work in the Adriatic. Is very we have a salinification. If the species, I am a physicist, but if the species are coming from the Red Sea, so they are from salty waters and if they flow, they want to flow to the migrate. We said no flow. They want to migrate to the Atlantic, for example, as you suggest. But then you have very low salinity water. How is that? How the species can adapt to do this in a new environment? Because here, when they flow, they are having a new environment, but it's more similar to what they had in there because of these changes in the Mediterranean. But if they are migrating to another side, that is to worldwide and the Atlantic, is less aligned than the Mediterranean. So how these species they can adapt very well because the species adapt very well.
No, thank you, Vanessa. The model I show you was based on the data from both the Mediterranean and the Red Sea, but actually of the entire Indo-Pacific region. And what we found that the southern, the eastern coast, Western African coast are already suitable for those species. I didn't check the values of salinity actually, but up in the Portugal and the situation is really different. So there, the environment is unsuitable, and they can do many things. They can do many things. The species and our capability to assess the thermal niche, it's a little bit limited. So we have to, when they explore a new environment, they can expand their niche. So we discovered that our estimation was actually, we underestimated their invasive potential. But yes, salinity is still one of the best predictors that we have.
Okay.
Sorry.
The last. Okay. Just because I'm curious. You know, we now discover more species, no? But also the way of from the 900 when they start. Now you showed the different.
Yes.
How is this? The beginning was more difficult to disseminate, to divulgate, to get this information. Now we are in the era where everything is online, and everything is recently, so everything is published. So maybe there were, certainly is the climate change, we have more invasive species, but maybe they were already, as we have seen before, but the communication, divulgation was not so good, and there were no people. I think for the oceanography, they were not measuring the deeper than 1,000 meters because they were thinking that below 1,000 meters everything was the same. So maybe something happened in this area.
No, for sure there is a wonderful increase of the capability to observe this happening. Now, 10 minutes after you discover something weird, the picture is already published on Facebook, and in 10 minutes, that picture that reached the researchers. But still, if you look at the animation, you will see that there is a progress. Yes. Okay. There is not project. Never mind. But never mind. But we have an increase not only of the records. This is clear, you see, and the curve is exponential. But we have an increase of species that were not present in some places of the Mediterranean, and now they are present. And in this case, it's quite clear. It cannot be related to the observation efforts, even because those species they became target of commercial fishery, and they cannot escape from the observations. So yes, we consider also this increase in our observation capacity. But I think now we have to capitalize this capacity. We have to observe not only on the biological, at the biological level, but also at the oceanographic level. And personally, I'm really interested in this network which could combine both physico-chemical and biological observation. I think that could be very powerful for prediction. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ernesto. So we now move to the second part. The format is okay. Thank you. I will give, as a chair, an overview of what we have been doing during all this year, or has been done during all these years, and the regional collaboration that we are working with. So the first thing is, I'm sorry for the presentation, but the format is different, okay? So we work now at different levels. And collaboration is very important for MonGOOS, as we have seen here for the fisheries, but also in all kind of frameworks. So we were involved, and we are involved in the Ocean Decade, and through the Ocean Prediction DCC for the Mediterranean Black Sea regional team. So we are the responsible of, we are the regional node for the Mediterranean. We are responsible for the ATAL survey together with Mercator on forecasting modeling system and for the area. We have, this will be explained more by Emanuela in the next presentations. And we collect the feedback from forecast providers and users. Another issue that is we were working in as a regional collaboration is on the Mediterranean Tuna Observatory, which is an initiative for advancing towards climate-informed tuna assessment and management. This, we have the connection with ICCAT for the climate change and fisheries, and also with connection with FAOS, with participation in the General Fishery CM network of experts on climate change. What is the role of MonGOOS in here? As a network, we ensure synergies among different communities, improve the operational products and tuna key ecological areas, and connect local experts in oceanography, improve indicators of environmental variability. Another regional collaboration, another initiative is we have a close connection with the Ocean Acidification Mediterranean Hub, which is a network of scientists aims to better understanding the effect of the ocean acidification in the Mediterranean Sea. and collaborate to improve the resilience of ecosystem and coastal communities. We also have a collaboration with the EuroGo ship and the Mediterranean, which is the Mediterranean component of the Go ship, and we try to strengthen the aim of this with EuroGo ship is to strengthen the European capacity for world-class oceanographic science, which is crucial for fisheries management, as we are talking before, improving the food security and better weather forecasting, enhancing our collaborative ability to predict and manage climate change. We participate, actually, one of our team, person for the team audience participate to the second EuroGo ship and Black Sea workshop in Venice on June from this year. For the highlights, in the capacity building, we promote marine science. We have this new collaboration that I'm talking about, and a lot of this day will go on. Is the new cooperation with the fisheries sector. There's a key player in the establishment of the tuna observatory in the Mediterranean Sea. That is, the observatory is called MedTuna. We strengthened the presence of the African countries. New members from Morocco, as Association of AGIR, that is Association de Gestion Intégrée des Ressources. Then we participate in a survey on historical in situ metadata information from the e-coins for the Mediterranean Sea. This is through EuroGOOS. Thanks to all the members that provide this information. And we work on the survey on an ocean capacities. Success stories. I want to say, like, success story there has been during last year. First is last year meeting in Africa. That was in Morocco. This was the first meeting in November 2023, and it was the first since the founding of the MonGOOS, this is in 2012. So we have 24 representation and posters, and we have breakout sections on ways forward of ocean forecasting in the Mediterranean Sea. This workshop was organized as a joint collaboration with the Ocean Prediction DCC from the Mediterranean and Black Sea Regional Team workshop team. During this workshop, also we have this studies collaboration. We have, I will say, training on data simulation in marine biochemistry for early career students. There was in close cooperation with the EU Seamless project. This is one of the first time that we have this cooperation with a project, and it was very useful because results for an European project could be share with all the communities. There's also for students and a lot of students from the Mediterranean, for the African countries. We also participate in the meeting for the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnerships. This is one of our was represented by one of our chairs of the application working group at this workshop, where there was the key strategy, tackle and objects of our network, so as the available downstream application and services for stakeholders were presented and discussed. So the workshop provide an opportunity for the Mediterranean maritime industry to learn more about us, what we can offer in terms of promoting science, networking, collaboration, and capacity building and user uptake. We also, the key issues that came out from this meeting is that there is a communication understanding gap between the industry needs and the requirements in the provision of ocean data by various EU services. So the question is, can MonGOOS help bridge this gap for the Mediterranean? What can we do to close this gap? And so we have to work on this. So how well is informed is the blue growth industry community about the different data dissemination mechanisms? This is something we have to work more, because we have a lot of data through observations and modeling that have to be shared with other communities, not only with scientific community, science community, but we have to share to other communities, as I will show, I will mention after. So we have this collaboration with Mercator for Population the Atlas, as Emanuela will talk about. We have the agreement with the Ocean Prediction DCC, and we have participated in a lot of meetings. We have started a collaboration with Monaco explorers within the missions Méditerranée, and we have to increase this downstream service. So I will give here examples for the civil protection, pollution risk management, decarbonization strategy. So I will just, there are many success stories, but I will give only a few examples. That's, for example, this is the support the full-scale civil protection exercise in the Marina Lesini with a web-based platform that was adjusted to meet the needs of the civil protection and environment safety. We also have a new version of VCIR 2. That is a system for optimizing nautical routes in any meteo condition, and that provides, this is considered the CO2 uptake, and it provides the least time route, taking into account safety of navigation and reduction of the CO2 emission. Last but not least, we have the new web-based application for pollution risk, new products to be delivered, stranding time and water age, and so on. We participated at different meetings in this last year. This is we have the green transition in the Mediterranean from decision to actions. In December, Method Ops and the Mediterranean Tuna Observatory kickoff meeting. And we participated to the FAO GFCM Fish Forum in Antalya. We have, during all these years, now we have a very a good team with the working group and communication. So we have different chairs, working group leaders meetings online during the whole year. So what are the challenges? The challenges are many for the Mediterranean Sea. And I would just, I want to tackle some of them. Increase. We have to increase the link with the neighboring GOOS regions. This is we are a close sea, but we have neighbors that what they're doing in their area influence our seas. So we have to have share activities, information with the Black Sea goose and the Goose Africa, and increase the partners' contributions. We have to link the MonGOOS strategies and objectives with Mediterranean Fisheries Management Organization, as we will see later on. Network participation to EU project. We start with the Seamless project, but we need to improve these in programs for sustainable observation. Existing networks mainly rely on national and short-term funding, and this creates a problem. We have to improve the best practice. This means that we have to share our knowledge, the data sharing, interoperability, etc., among partners, to have data that can be comparable and then trustable. Support the planning and implementation of international initiatives involving operational oceanography, and promote the participation of non-EU Mediterranean countries, for example, in the framework of the decade. Future look. This is my, for me, it will give a pass, I said, to the next chairs, but within that, we have the election of the new chairs. We have to update the MonGOOS strategy plan. The strategy plan is all from 2018, and we have been working on this, and we wanted to have this new strategy to 2030. In this case, we have to tackle observations, new areas, and how we can, how our network will work during the next years. We have to look, as I said, work on forecasting modeling system in the Mediterranean Sea. And we will write a white paper on the forecasted modeling. The same thing, we have to finalize and update the observational dashboard. We are working a lot on this, and for this we will have a white paper on these operational activities. And finally, I think organize and participate to regional and international workshops, increase the scientific knowledge. Long-term priorities. There are, I don't know, report on the, this is a wish that we are working also with MonGOOS. It's a report on the value chains in public marine data for the Mediterranean Sea. And this is with the involvement of all partners representing Mediterranean countries. This is very important because we have to get the value of our observation. The EU community thinks it's the one that's through the project and so are providing all the funds for our observation. So we have to provide the value chain for not only for the scientific in the scientific framework, but also for the public. We need to also continuously advance the scientific understanding and technological system upon which the operational oceanography service is based, and promote the visibility and recognition of the service with government agency and private companies. So encourage as I said, this is linked to the previous priorities, because we have to encourage the exploitation and integrations at national, region, European, and global levels. And it says they enhance the usability of the services, and I cannot read anymore because there is, so sorry. So this has been a very busy year, and I think we have achieved a lot of goals if we look back from when we started 6 years ago. And I really thankful for all the partners that contribute to make the network very successful. So thank you very much. So I will. Sometimes I have questions. We are right on time, I think, and I will give. Yeah, Oren.
What is the best way for you to advocate for more sustainable funding to support our science? And what's a key question, because it's an issue to address what we are facing today. It is something we have to dialogue better with international organizations, with countries.
I think is one of the key issues is what we were talking before also with Ernesto, is to try to demonstrate how our network, how observation can give, are so important to give answer and can help other communities in this specific situation now we have to the climate change. And another, I believe that is given writing the strategy and sharing it with the intergovernmental bodies or a national level, or promote. We need to promote, but this is not at MonGOOS. It's all of the partners to promote at the national level. Because now we know that most of the fundings are coming, especially for the observation, are provided at national level. And so we have to demonstrate that also, as I said here, that we need to demonstrate to the public, that the public marine data and that the data are public, because they are not from each institute, because we get the money from people paying taxes, let's say so. So we need to reverse to the community all data and also all the resources and results. I think it's not time anymore to do just science, thinking about what we have and how I put my data in the drawer, and I will do my only paper and share in the, to the scientific community. We have to now engage the public. We have to engage the agencies to demonstrate that what we are doing is very important, and they need to answer questions that will be made by the public. They need us. I think that is one of the way that we can demonstrate and get funds. Christian.
Just to add that maybe it's not a solution, of course, but can help to rely more on the European infrastructure. Europe is investing a lot on research infrastructure, and this is for sure the best way of proceeding to have permanent monitoring, structure, survey, and whatever.
Yeah, sure. Okay, Francisco?
Just one curiosity. How active are the Black Sea goose and the African goose? Because he said that MonGOOS should act more with them, but I don't know how active they are.
We were struggling a lot in this, and really we tried to engage them. Especially we started with the Africa goose, but I can admit that it's very difficult. It's very critical. MonGOOS you know, there is also a regional alliance for the goose, and it's at the same level from Eurogoose. MonGOOS is a ruse from Eurogoose because we are part of Europe, but we also have regional alliance because we have the southern shore, the Mediterranean Sea, which is from Africa. So we are trying, and I've been trying, the whole team on the conference and meetings, try to make them understanding, especially in the sharing data, that the more that they share data, the better models we have for their area. Very often they ask me, why we don't have why there is nothing here in my area? He says, because you know, the model error is very high because we don't have no data. Now it says, but we have data. Yep, but if you don't share, so we have to make them pass this message that if they share data, they will get better product, and that everybody can use. Regarding this is for Africa. Regarding Black Sea, is I would say more complicated. Because Orange was in the Venice workshop, they organized by Catherine, and we tried to get them engaged, and we invite them to come here. At the beginning, they were very enthusiastic to participate. After 2 or 3 times of for inviting them, we got no response. So I think they still have to, the Black Sea goose, I think it won't, it's not working. It's a sleeping network. And I don't think it will, in the near future, will have will be more active. We are trying, our second step, next step is to engage. This is more political, yeah. And so after they decided that the Black Sea goose is not going to work, is not active, we will try to invite them, the organizations, institutions that would like to share, to participate, to be invited partners in MonGOOS. But this is something that we have to tackle. Is a lot. It's not so easy. Oh, I try. Yes. doors, there is doors and
grids.
grids, yeah.
Just, I don't know if you are aware of that, and we participate as SOCIB indoors.
Yeah, with Adrian, yeah. And yeah, regarding those, now we also invite them to present, to come, but now we have to a little bit more formalize this and try to work toward this issue.
Yes, thank you.
Just the last question,
Well, if you want to,
No, Emanuela, we are running out of time.
No, just to say, I have a big voice, don't worry.
Yeah.
I agree with you that it will be probably very difficult to collaborate with the Black Sea goose because it is quite inactive and I would say international context is more and more complex.
Yeah.
But maybe it will be interesting for the future years to invite people that are part of European projects that work in the Black Sea. I think about bridges or doors.
We did it.
Also for this General Assembly?
For the General Assembly 2 years ago.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yes, I think it's a good way to have a fit on the Black Sea and to have few connections.
Yeah, we invite
with
them.
what exists, yeah.
Doors came. Yeah,
Okay,
and
great.
they're presenting the activities. So I hope we can have more because, as I said, there are no barriers, and will be nice to have them with us. And so I will give the floor to Emanuela. We give outcomes on MonGOOS modeling working groups with Ocean Prediction DCC.
We'll follow the presentation from Vanessa, just briefly provide you some outcomes from the involvement of the MonGOOS Modeling Working Group within the Ocean Prediction DCC. This presentation has been prepared also together with Enrique. Enrique unfortunately cannot be here today, so I will try to present also his part. I would like to start with the last slide I presented last year at the General Assembly with the steps for this, the present year. We accomplished the continuation of the collaboration within the Ocean Prediction DCC for the Mediterranean Black Sea regional team. There was an action for Enrique to complete and make available the atlas. I will show you later what's the atlas for the whole community. And then start the activities of the steering team for the Mediterranean and Black Sea regional team, and this was already started. Then we mentioned last time that we want to organize a white paper, so to organize a collaborative paper on the MonGOOS modeling capacities, but this has not been yet started, so I will show you for the next year. And we asked some volunteers for co-chairing the modeling working group, and thanks Christian Ferrarin who joined the chairing team. Who we are experts from 12 countries and more than 40 institutes. We are also engaged in institutes which are not part of MonGOOS but also outside MonGOOS. And we are experts in different fields, from circulation modeling, but also a few experts in climate modeling, regional and local modeling, up to the coast, downstream services, of course, but also digital ocean, and experts from policy and legal aspects are part of the team. So this is just a brief introduction on the MonGOOS modeling working group, and then I move into the Ocean Prediction DCC, just to give you a recap of what is this initiative that has been launched by Mercator Ocean and IOC UNESCO in 2022. The main idea is to promote the co-design, the development of the ocean forecasting capabilities worldwide, and it of course serves the UN Decade objectives towards a sustainable and predicted ocean. So we have two main pillars. One pillar is the one of the governance and the coordination framework, where of course we have the directorate and all the DCC, all the Decade Collaborative Centers and offices, which are represented here. This main, let's say, this framework has the objective of coordinating, monitoring all the, and promoting the collaboration, of course. And this, of course, strictly linked to the development part, so to the programs that are endorsed within the decade, which are listed here, not all are listed here. So we have two main actors. And of course, the Ocean Forecasting DCC is promoting the collaboration towards the ocean forecasting that we need. And this is implemented through this value loop that starts from the knowledge. The knowledge here is represented by the ETUF guide. The ETUF guide was published a few years ago, but now within the Ocean Prediction DCC, the aim is to keep this document alive and to update it regularly, so inputs will be integrated. Then we move to the, let's say, architecture of this community that is, let's say, the goal of the activities of the co-design team of the Ocean Prediction DCC. The co-design team is composed by different experts worldwide and provided feedback on how to build the architecture for an ocean forecasting system to be shared among the different communities. In the last year, it was developed also an instrument that allows to evaluate somehow the readiness of the operational forecasting systems. This is called operational readiness level. It's based on 3 different categories and provides indication on how mature the system is with respect to these 3 different categories that ranges from the data to the operations to the validation of the systems. And finally, everything will go and will be integrated into the digital twin. And then the loop starts again because feedback from this integration will feed the e-tools and so on. So what has been done during the last year? The website is in place, so there is a web place where you can find all the information. The forum has been launched, so you can interact with the experts within the forum. And the atlas that I will show you later has been launched as well and is now quite populated. One of the pillars of the Ocean Prediction DCC is that it is built on different worldwide communities. And the first thing that has been done is to try to, let's say, subdivide the world ocean in different regions. 9 regions have been identified using the UNEP regional areas identification and the GOOS regional alliance as well. So one of these, as mentioned before, is the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. And as a natural consequence, the MonGOOS, in particular, the modeling group of MonGOOS is being defined as the focal point for this team. And so we are aiming to develop, since we are aiming to develop state-of-the-art science and application for the regional and coastal areas of the Mediterranean Sea. How we participate, we have a steering team for this team, and as you can see, we have different experts for different topics that have been identified. The same topics are identified for all the regions. Most of the experts are from the MonGOOS community. The others are from the Black Sea communities, of course. And we have several goals, so we act as focal point in our region for these different topics, and so we will interact with experts of other regions on the same topics. The idea is to build a network with also other regional experts and provide new ideas. Support the mapping of the ocean forecasting, in our case in the Mediterranean Black Sea, and also support the gaps and needs detection. Contribute to the forum, expand the community, and to support the capacity development and ocean literacy, among the others. Yeah, I cannot go on. Okay. What we have done, the level of steering team, we met a couple of times during the year. We have contributed to the population, the testing first and the population of the atlas later. We have several experts from the steering team that are part of the forum, and we provided several news through the news section. One of these, of course, is the announcement of this MonGOOS General Assembly and Workshop. So moving now to the atlas, which is the instrument that is now, let's say, the most relevant also for our community, because it's now providing a survey of the systems that we have in the Mediterranean Sea. So this is the view of the global ocean, and the bubbles that you see are representing the forecasting systems that have been introduced. As you can see, the Mediterranean Sea is the one you will see later that has included more systems in the area of the Mediterranean Sea. So thanks a lot for all the organizations and experts who included the information. So here is the situation. In the Med Sea, we have included 50 systems up to today. From 11 organizations. So if you don't see your organization here and you have an ocean prediction system for the Mediterranean Sea, please start including the information, because it will populate the atlas and will give the complete view of our capabilities. The big balls here represent the Mediterranean Sea forecasting system. The intermediate ones are instead related to regional areas, and the smallest are the ones that are provided for coastal ports and gulfs. So this atlas is collecting information on the systems. It's not providing data. The data are provided if these are free and available, and you can find the link in the schedule of the different systems. So continue populating the atlas. And another message here is that you can also include reanalysis system. If you have long past time series, this system is able to integrate information also for long-term systems data. Then there will be a way through the filter to select among ocean prediction systems and reanalysis systems. Okay, this is a brief analysis on several information that you can have from the atlas. The systems that have been introduced up to now relies on 12 different models, 4 wave models that constitute the 60% of the total of the systems introduced. We are working with 6 different hydrodynamic circulation models and 1 biogeochemical system, which is the BFM, biogeochemical flux model. Spatial scales that are resolved by the different systems ranges from the whole Mediterranean Sea, a small part of them, regional areas such as Adriatic Sea, Ionian Sea, and so on. But the large part, of course, we have a lot of coastal, gulfs, and ports area that are resolved by forecasting systems. The large part, of course, since we have these many high-resolution coastal areas forecasting systems, have a resolution that is less or equal 1 kilometer. Unstructured grid models also starts from 10 meters resolution, so we have very high resolution in several areas. The one covering the whole Mediterranean Sea and the regional areas have a resolution larger than 1 kilometer, up to maximum of 25. And what we forecast, we forecast, we have short-term forecasting systems. So most of them provides information up to 3 days, and several, 1/3 is providing forecast for the next 3 days, up to 10 days in the future. Which are the variables that we deliver? We deliver sea state variables, so waves. Here the percentage is limited by the fact that we integrated all the waves in one unique, let's say, variable, but you can find wave height, time period, direction, and so on. Lots of physical variables, well, actually, the essential ocean variables are provided, the current sea level, temperature, and salinity, and a bunch of biogeochemical variables are provided by these systems. What we expect with this data is to serve a variety of applications, of course, the coastal hazards, but also research, port management, oil spill, and many others. But this, of course, has to be judged by the application group of MonGOOS if the data that we provide are suitable for such kind of applications. Last slide is for the next step. So we wish to continue the collaboration, of course, of the MonGOOS Model Working Group within the Ocean Prediction DCC to promote ocean forecasting and its application in the Mediterranean Sea. Of course, to continue the work of the steering team, and in particular start collaborating with the steering teams of the other regions to share knowledge, science, and experience. To continue to improve and populate the atlas, so continue providing data and include also reanalysis systems. And most of all, it is important because this atlas will be ported on our website, so it will be the way we present the forecasting system and the systems to the whole community. So it will be part of the MonGOOS website. Next year it will be accomplished, I guess. And again, the point that we missed this year is to organize a white paper to include all this information in a community paper for the MonGOOS modeling capabilities. And that's it from my side.
Very brief question. Thanks, Manuela. You mentioned reanalysis, but also hindcast?
Yes. I mean, a long time series, past long time series, because this can be useful, of course, if you can also share the data to provide a baseline to evaluate trends, indicators.
It should be a robust data set anyway.
Yes, actually, you can share the data from your system. You know about the quality of this data, and so. For example, there are sometimes time series, hindcast time series also used for publications. Yeah. In this case, you can also share.
The last is, are you aware, looking to the atlas, if there are ensemble forecasting systems in the Mediterranean? Not yet.
The ones that are now included, no.
Okay, thanks.
So.
Very nice your presentation, the overview of what we do in the MonGOOS. I want to remind you that some years ago, I don't remember, one of the MonGOOS annual meeting, I think it was in Split. It was when Enrique, it was an initiative by George Humbert from Venice, and he Yes, I know, but he prepared a joint MonGOOS, say, contribution, and we have published, I think, in NGU somewhere. So I think we have to find this, say, information and then to enrich with the new what we have. Okay.
Yeah,
it's just a proposition.
Yeah, the aim of this collaborative paper is to now restart from where we are now. This collection of information in the atlas is the baseline, of course, but then it should include all the systems that we have in MonGOOS.
No, it's just to
We're
see
starting
what,
from
yes,
there.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Wow.
Hi, thank you, Manuela, for this very nice presentation. I have some questions because I don't really know very well. I come from the GFCM, the Fisheries World. I'm representing the General Fisheries Commission for the Mediterranean. We will talk this afternoon more about collaborations, but about this atlas. Is the atlas gathering information on the institutions that are collaborating, or are you also sharing useful information, oceanographic useful information to be downloaded?
I forgot to mention that the atlas gather information, first of all, from the experts. So you will see from the web page of the atlas that there is a button. You click on the experts and you will see all the experts worldwide working on ocean forecasting. On the organizations, so organization information, what they do, the link to the web page and information is included. And the third one that I presented is the one on the systems, and the systems is a collection of information, not of data. And among this information, there is also link to the data, if available, of course, DOI, if available, where you can then start extracting the data. But there are information on experts, organizations, and systems. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you can start. Okay, really quick.
Okay. Thank you, Manuel. Very quick question. Do you think that the information that are inside the atlas can be inquired or searched by a search engine? I mean, otherwise it's still restricted to the to people that work with the models. Ideally, it would be useful to have these all those metadata contained in the atlas available for really from Google and.
Okay, actually, this is not my field. It's the field of Enrique, who, let's say, exploit this task to an external agency working on that. To now, no, I don't know if it is planned, actually. What I did is just going through the different systems and trying to, let's say, collect all the information that I needed. So for the moment being, it's not possible, but it would be very, very useful to have such an opportunity. What you can do now is just to filter. So you can filter by region, by type of model, by type of, let's say, forecasting or long time series, and then you will have a list of the organizations or the systems that provide you this kind of information, but they have not yet arrived at that level, no. But it will be useful, yeah.
I speak a lot, so if you want to do... Emanuela, just one question. You mentioned several times in your presentation that indeed most of the model target physical parameters. Most of the essential ocean variables that are represented in the model are indeed physics. What is the reason behind that? It's because physics indeed answer to crucial needs or to essential questions, or there is another reason. It's because, I don't know, but we have no enough expertise of data to run biogeochemical models.
This is just...
So you are lazy.
Well, we have more circulation models included up to now. Only one model is used, at least from the community that has participated to the atlas, so only BFM is used. So all the biogeochemical variables that are standard output, I guess, of the BFM are included, but they are a bunch of. So the number of biogeochemical variables that are delivered are very large. So there is very large. But there are only few institutes, organizations are nowadays running, or at least they have included information in the atlas. So what I can present is what I know from the organizations and the experts that have shared the information on the atlas. So, and of course, historically, yes.
Probably for Vanessa as well. Do you think in a way the Atlas, but more in general, MonGOOS could also have a goal of communicating to the public some of your information, to speak directly to the public? Do you have this possibility in mind?
You mean presenting this information in
a more suitable format for the general public, or to have to speak to the people?
Yeah, the publication could be one. Then we try during this, I guess, actually, at the European level, the outcomes from DCC, so also from MonGOOS within DCC, is presented. Then if you mean locally,
for example, real-time data, what is going on? And this heat wave we had in this summer in the Adriatic and the Mediterranean was communicated with in spots. For example, our institute communicated our buoy, one buoy, in front of Senigallia, register temperature. But don't you think that could be effective to have a system that is ready to communicate happiness, things that anomalies, or anything that can be related directly to the monitoring of temperature and other variables?
We have the news section, but then it relies on the single organization and advertisement of the outcomes. There is not, for the moment, been, to my knowledge, an effort to collect within the community some, let's say, information related to the specific topic, relevant topic, to be spread out. But I think that it is a very good idea to have this effort.
Alerts,
yeah.
I think a very good is because we can go out for the coffee break. I think we could, this is more or less our point, to improve our webpage in the sense of a section like alert, or giving users notice what is going on, or maybe to try to work with this system that not can rely only to the chair, because the chairs that are doing the communication, but they are the volunteers to like have every 2 months or something like a newsletter that is very important in this, but this is something we have to work. It's on a volunteer basic, and we are really overwhelmed, and we need to manage to work in that and to keep content.
What our experience just in the last year has been very, very quickly that one time we find a new speech or some news, this is still by the journalists, and that this kind of information can be very powerful to reach a larger the citizens. So delivering these messages can be effective.
We usually do it level of the single organization, but we probably need to instead to gather this information from the whole community and put together. Oops.
Thank you very much.
So I kindly ask you Okay, welcome back. I think now you were with the coffee, you will feel better. For those who didn't have breakfast, so with the good food. Actually, I want to thank Aquarius for providing for this, for the coffee breaks. And Neto, thank you very much. So we will continue. Again, we are a little bit late. But we will start our the second session for this morning with the MonGOOS application group, progress and challenges. So Svetlana will give you this overview. Please, you have 15 minutes, okay?
Yes. I'm Svetlana Lubartseva. I'm here to talk about MonGOOS application things done in 2024, and I'm here on behalf of MonGOOS application group. Here you can see hot topics in the Mediterranean applications. You see on top marine heat waves, digital twin ocean, sea level rise. You see also marine plastic, which is fading now on the Mediterranean landscape, but you see so-called traditional pollutants like oil spills, heavy metals, and even radionuclide contamination. As well, coastal erosion, marine aquaculture, natural resources and energy, tourism and recreation, public health, then harmful algae blooms, alien species, jellyfish outbreaks, and so on. I tried to present you some kind of mosaic, trying not to overlap with the tomorrow workshop. Record-breaking marine heat waves are modeled by Giulia Bonino, and how can we predict them? According to definition, marine heat waves depend on two variables. First, exceeding of seasonally climatology threshold, and second one, duration. On the left, you see some examples in the Ligurian Sea and the Gulf of Taranto in 2022. In the center, you see temperature anomalies. In red, there are areas which can be potentially become marine heat waves. Scientists apply 3 machine learning algorithms to predict these events. First one, random forest. Second, long short-term memory, and convolutional neural networks. And they show that all these methods work very well. You see the root mean square map divided on the 16 Mediterranean subregions, but long short-term memory works better in 11 regions. Next application is provided by ISPRA, who run 36 historical mareographic stations, and now they add additionally 3 new tide gauges situated in the Po Delta, and they focus on studying of the Venice Lagoon. Then they run integrated meteo and marine operational system, which includes regional atmospheric model BOLAM and storm surge forecasting system. They evaluate the results of hindcast by this system by means of real-time observations. They run also sea level forecasting system, which based on Scheifer model, and they use new uncertainty processor to evaluate probability of exceeding the alert thresholds. Next application is about medicanes. Scardino et al. Suggested new classification which used pre-thermal drops in seawater temperature. Next application is aimed at forecasting deep water roast shrimp distribution in the Strait of Sicily using satellite detected sea surface temperature, chlorophyll A prawns, and Argo measurements. The projected climate oligotrophication in the Adriatic marine system was performed by Mentashe and al. And they force biogeochemical model by means of the worst climate scenario called RCP 8.5, and they simulate response of the Adriatic ecosystem divided to the 6 ecoregion. And they conclude that generalized oligotrophication of the basin will continue. Additionally, ongoing warming, salinization, unproductive and declining resources, and water acidification. This application was already shown by Vanessa, so I only talk about feature that these people can do modeling at very high, and I'd rather say fine resolution by means of unstructured grid. Scientists from Democritus University of Thrace, yes, they deploy observational system based on ADCP measurements, which include 3D currents, waves, and suspended particular matter. Then one surface water quality station which measures sea surface temperature, salinity dissolved oxygen, chlorophyll A, pH, and suspected particulate matter. Then two wave riders which measure wave height, period, and direction. And they also perform seasonal glider surveys, including temperature, conductivity, salinity, density, very important, color, dissolved organic matter. Now this variable is, how to say, very popular because it's connected with marine optics. Then suspected particulate matter, dissolved oxygen, and zooplankton camera. They develop also mobile oceancast applications which can show in real time wave height, temperature, dissolved oxygen, dissolved solids, and so on. Additionally, they run the system of detecting and modeling of oil spills. You see the example connected with the Banias oil spill in 2021, and on the bottom, you see application of the open drift model to simulate possible trajectory of the oil, very important parameter called windage. Then they run also a web-based digital platform to track oil spill, and you see here that they visualize the sea surface currents on the background. This is our job, and we work with the oil spill model MedSlick2. Our aim is to predict the consequences of possible big accidents in the Mediterranean Sea. We calculate the scenario of the biggest oil spill in the Mediterranean Sea, which happened off the port of Genoa in 1991. It was a heaven accident. We seed virtual oil spills over the entire Mediterranean. You see on the left source distribution. This distribution not uniform, This distribution is based on satellite radar observations. On the bottom, you see the example of seeding virtual spills, and we receive big statistics which we analyzed, and I show you only one result, which called arrival time. Arrival time is time needed to oil to reach from the starting position to the coast. You see PDF in rainbow palette, and you see that the same palette is used on the map. For example, red, and on the map you can see that red is along the coast belt. It means that if the big spill starts near the coast, it will arrive to the coast within 1 day. And you see that all the Aegean Sea is red. It means that for the Aegean Sea, big oil spill will be critical because it immediately goes to the coast. And you see also white areas. White areas show that if the spill will be inside this area, it will arrive to the coast for the more than 25 days. And we see big challenge to our oil spill modelers, which connected with progress in detection. On the left, you see the famous prestige oil spill photo. This oil spill triggered the development of operational oceanography, and you see 1 kilometer resolution. On the right, you see actual capabilities of satellite detection oil spill. This is Maxar Technologies. This is a commercial organization, commercial satellite, 1 meter optical imagery. This gives us a lot of information about physics, about thickness of oil. If we have thickness of oil, we can calculate volume of oil. So our models should correspond to this progress in detection. This is again our application connected with a web-based application, integrated detection and modeling. Next is about modeling of mercury. Very big and brilliant job done by Rosati and Toll OGS. Application of mercury modeling to the Venice Lagoon, and conclusion that the main source of mercury for the Venice Lagoon is sediment. And if there are macrophytes on sediment, the fluxes of mercury will be reduced. Then accumulation of mercury in the tissue of sharks. Now it's detected exponential growing of accumulation in the Mediterranean Sea. This slide describes the simulation of radionuclides, cesium-137, released from the Vandelos 2 nuclear power plant. In the center, you see the result of Lagrangian modeling. Lagrangian modeling of radionuclides is unique because the majority of models are Eulerian. And on the right, you see real tracks of tuna. And on the bottom, you see how tuna accumulates this radionuclide in their tissue. Then application of modeling heavy metals made by HCMR by means of 3D Delft model. You see maps, 2D distribution, you see transects on the bottom, you see the distribution in the sediment layer, and different forms of accumulation of copper now. Then the new research by Malta University, when they investigate influence of artificial light on marine organisms. And the last slide about emerging pollutants and negative phenomenon in the Mediterranean Sea, which are waiting for monitoring and model-based prediction. First, marine mucilage. Marine mucilage in American literature is called marine snot. The aim of this snot, the same as a human snot, to detect stressor, to block, and to eliminate. And we see in this year very bright example of this kind of pollution visible also from satellite. You see on the left the optics from satellite. But in case of deep water horizon oil spill, we also saw this phenomenon, but it was connected with known stressor. This stressor was oil, and moreover, in this case, 88% of sea surface oil was directly triggered to the sediments by means of marine mucilage. In the case of our seas, we don't know even stressor. In the center, sunscreen pollution. People measured, and more than 1 ton of sunscreens are released from three Marseille beaches. And third one, entire road with a microplastic, which is toxic in comparison with PET. And that's all from my side.
Thank you, Svetlana. Unfortunately, I said it's running later, so we can have you can have some talks during the lunch. So I invite Orenz you will present the updating of our knowledge about the observing capabilities in the Mediterranean Sea. This is on behalf of the working group from Orenz and Manolo. So the floor is yours.
Thank you,
Please
Vanessa.
keep the time.
Okay, thank you, Vanessa. So good morning, everyone. I'm Orenz de Fomervaux. Indeed, I'm the co-chair of the observation working group together with Manolo, and we prepared together this work, also with the help of Vanessa Cardin. And yes, the objective is to talk about observing capacity in the Mediterranean Sea, because it is an important topic and at the heart of MonGOOS. So the observation working group is a third working group of MonGOOS after application and modeling. So it's the last presentation of the working group. We work, of course, all together with modeling and with applications, but we have specific objectives. And today, what we try to do is to provide an update on the observation capacity in the Mediterranean Sea. And the idea is to be able to refresh the information we have on MonGOOS and Oceanops website and to update maps. We will also have the objective to write community papers on observing capacity in the Mediterranean Sea in the future. What it is important to understand is that it is a work that is very far from easy in the Mediterranean Sea to do because for many reasons. We have a complex landscape and many often insufficient international collaborations. The information is also scattered across various groups. Very often we have weak data and metadata policy, and for many countries, insufficient data and metadata sharing. So for all these reasons, we decided to address the challenges by conducting a survey within the MonGOOS observation working group. And we sent email to the MonGOOS partners and invited platform owners to complete Excel files with metadata by networks and by institutions. So we contacted over 50 institutions from 15 countries. We had a response rate of 45%, but only 30% of the participants indeed provided metadata. So just this result alone shows how difficult is it to collect information across the basin. So in parallel to that survey, we also are working on establishing new connections with a regional initiative in general, and in particular with MonGOOS task team. And MonGOOS is working also with OceanOps to enhance metadata quality, which is also an important point of that job. So I will now, it will be a little bit exhaustive, but I will now review the statute of the observing capacity, and I will do it for each network one by one. And I will start with Argo. Argo, the situation is quite easy because Argo has a strong data system and data sharing policy. So today we are able to access all this information, metadata and data, in real time through Global Data Assembly Center, for example. And we have a machine-to-machine communication. That means MonGOOS can be updated in real time about the current status of the Argo network. You have the status of the Argo network on the map, and if we go into details, you can see that we have 43 core Argo floats. That means that measure only temperature, salinity, and pressure. We also have 27 BGC Argo floats that measure at least one biogeochemical parameter that can be oxygen, chlorophyll, particle in suspension, pH, nitrate, whatever you want. And we have 3 deep Argo floats that sample the water column deeper than 2,000 meter depths. And we can add that together with Argo, we also have drifters that belong to the Data-Ball cooperation panels, and we have 10 platforms. There are several challenges. Although if the network is mature for the Mediterranean Sea, we have several challenges. First, there is a need to increase the deployment in the coming years if one wants to reach the 1 Argo target, but also to sustain the network, because today we can observe a decline of the network, and we have to be very careful with that. There is also an urgent need to increase the number of platforms that measure BGC biogeochemical parameters, and this is specifically true for modeling purpose, if Emanuela is agree. And another big issue we have in the Mediterranean Sea for Argo is the national diversity, because currently only a few numbers of European countries are indeed contributing to the network. So also the buoys are drifting everywhere in the basin. You can see that we have buoys in the western and southern part of the basin. To maintain the sustainability of the network, it is very important to increase the national diversity. If we move now to ocean gliders that are another kind of autonomous platform, the situation is a little bit more complex because indeed many missions are shared with the international community, so we can access again in real time to data and metadata through data assembly centers such as Coriolis, for example. But we know that there are a number of missions that are not shared with the community, and specifically in the Mediterranean Sea. And that's the reason we conducted the survey with Manolo, is just to be sure that we can collect many information that are not shared with the community. So this map represents the 8 endurance lines that exist in the Mediterranean Sea. So that means lines for which we have regular glider missions, 1 a year, 2 per year, depending on the place. Maybe we are missing some lines, so if you can see your institution is conducting missions that are not appear here, please let us know. And according to the information we had collected on the MonGOOS Observation Working Group and at the Data Assembly Center, we were able to count 24 glider missions last year in the Mediterranean Sea, which is represented by the point on the map. So as I mentioned, there is a need today for gliders to increase data sharing. There is a need also to increase national diversity. The situation is even worse than for Argo. If you look at the number of countries, you can see that 3 or 4 countries indeed are conducting glider mission in the Mediterranean basin and sharing their data with the community. And metadata quality sometimes also poor. Regarding tape gauges, where is Begonia? I'm afraid. Yes. Be careful. Begonia did a huge work over the past few years to collect information, metadata information about tape gauges in the Mediterranean Sea, and she collaborates with the European Tape Gauges Network Inventory that is coordinated by MonGOOS. We developed this year with MonGOOS a connection with this node in order to be able to access to this metadata. And on this map, you can see all the platforms we were able to identify for the Mediterranean Sea. It is probably not perfect, but I think we can have a good view of the situation in the Mediterranean Sea. And what I would like to add is that currently we have no machine-to-machine communication. So that means we depend on the volunteer of people to share their metadata. You can see that we have a certain number of platforms, 133 active platforms currently operating in the Mediterranean Sea, 6 of them being part of the GLOS network. But again, unfortunately, you can see that most of the platforms are indeed found in the northern part of the Mediterranean Sea, and that we are missing or they don't share or is not existing platform in the southern part of the Mediterranean Sea. So there is a need to increase the participation from non-EU countries again. And we can also mention that this network is also facing some funding challenges. And we estimate that approximately 25% of the platform are indeed at a risk for long-term fundings. For HF radars, it is also something new we developed within MonGOOS. We connected our system with the EU HF radar node that is again coordinated by MonGOOS. So there is a task team in MonGOOS that work in collecting metadata and making an inventory of this platform for European Sea, and we collected this information for the Mediterranean Sea. The good point is that we have with that node machine-to-machine communication, so that means again we are able to get this information in real time and update it on a regular basis. On the map, you can see that we have 33 active platforms, and we can also mention that there are several upcoming deployments that are planned by Spain and France, for example. I would say the result is the same. Still, I don't know if you can see well the point because they are white on the map. But again, we have a very few contribution of North African countries and a lack of information coming from this area in the Mediterranean Sea. Fixed platform. I have seen the poster of Aquarius. So I hope we will have the possibility to discuss. So I will just start with the information we have at the international level and which has GOOS OCG networks. So in the Mediterranean Sea, we have 11 ocean sites that we know, that are the green point, including your 2 mooring, Vanessa. And we also have 23 moored buoys that belong to the DBCP network. But we also have a certain number of national programs that we were able to collect the information thanks to the work of Manolo and the survey we conducted. So you can see on this map that indeed we have a certain number of moorings that belong to national programs. From the information we collected with Manolo, we were able to count 93 buoys and 10 time series stations. That means stations that are visited regularly with a cruise. we know, because you can see the answers we have, only belong from 5 countries: Spain, France, Greece, Slovenia. So we are perfectly aware that we are missing many information. So I would like to say, so for the people that are in the room that receive the email from Manolo and I, that if you see that you have platforms that are not registered in this map, please contact us and share your metadata with us. It's very important. Future work for this kind of platform is to strengthen connection with other regional organizations. I'm thinking about EMSO. We will organize a meeting soon. There is also the MonGOOS fixed platform task team that have an inventory of platforms. And maybe we can discuss also with Aquarius people, because I have seen that they have many platforms that maybe are not in this map, and could be great to see how we can collaborate and share this metadata to get it on our dashboard. And finally, repeated cruise. So this time I would like to thank Catherine Schroeder that helped me a lot to collect the information. If we stay again at the international level, this is the situation we have in the Mediterranean Sea. So we have 1 ghost ship lines in red that cross the Mediterranean from the west to the east every 6 years, if I'm not wrong. And there are also several med ship, so that is a Mediterranean counterpart of ghost ship, that realize north-south transect every 3 years on average. And I also added on the map information I was able to find in the MonGOOS task team, ferry box lines that are in violet. And as for fixed platform, we also have a certain number of national programs that conduct regular cruises. From the survey we conducted with Manolo, we were able to have the information from 5 programs, again from a limited number of countries: Spain, France, Italy, Croatia. And we are again perfectly aware we are missing several information, specifically in the southern part of the Mediterranean Sea and the eastern part of the Mediterranean Sea. So again, if your cruise is not appearing on this map, it will be very great if you can share that information with us. It doesn't take a long time. It's just to fill an Excel file with few metadata, and it will allow us to just to be aware of what exists in the basin. I will conclude quickly, Vanessa. I have 30 seconds. Observation are the basis of the value chain. So we can manage only what we can measure. So it is a famous sentence, but I think we have to get that in mind. So if we are not able to get a clear view on the observing capacity of the Mediterranean Sea, all the chain will not be possible: modeling, application, etc. So few points why it is very important to be able to get this monitoring capacity in the basin, because it is this enable better informed decision making. So the more information we have, the better decision we can take. This also a way to improve regional coordinations and cooperation, which is something that is quite difficult in the Mediterranean Sea. Of course, having data, metadata, and knowing them allow to advance scientific research and innovations, and to bridge the gaps with models. And last but not least, it is also at the basis, this data, to address climate and environmental challenges in the basin that were already presented by Sliljana, so I will not go back on that. But yes, please share your data with us, your metadata first, and we will be able to have a good map, to do a good paper, and to start working for the future of the Med. Thank you very much. I think it's finished. If you have questions, of course. We have time? Yeah. No time. No question.
We can have very, very quick questions. Start working now, and then a paper manuscript, a white paper comes out, and they said, oh my gosh, my system is not there, and they start complaining. And this happens every time, yeah? And you are here as part of our network, and you can pass this information to your colleagues. It doesn't mean that you have to do the job. I mean, you have, if you are representing your institution here, so please disseminate this information. Ask your colleagues to put the information and to fill this questionnaire. It's very easy, very quickly, and then we can have a better view what we have for the Mediterranean Sea. Just very quickly, too. Yeah.
Follow what you said, Vanessa. I think it's good to resend this questionnaire to the member state because, for example, for the gliders, the partner of MonGOOS, Sileos, they have already was presented by Svetlana, so they have a line. Our partners from Israel also and they didn't reply. Yeah, but it's not there. Okay.
Yes, he replied, and we have the information. Maybe it was the picture. Orange did not a good picture.
Okay, Catherine, very quickly.
I just wanted to make a comment about the repeat cruises. So these frequencies are the recommended and desired frequencies. They are not the average repetition frequencies, which is not that good.
This is a wish list. Yeah. Okay.
I found this, this activity very important. One thing that we have to come out after this exercise to have a vocabulary of the stations, because this is a very important issue that we need to take on. Having the list that is MonGOOS, that is managing that vocabulary of the different station platforms that are collecting data in the MED will help also the integrators like Imonet, Copernicus, and other initiatives in order to have a clear list of what is happening and where. So, and this should be a kind of activity that we need to have at the MonGOOS level. We need to be responsible for our dictionary of the stations.
Thank you. This is we have to collaborate with Emonet in this case. You want to answer? You have to another presentation. You should come. I invite Owens to give the next presentation. You last.
I just have a comment now that you say about the terminology. Also, what we call endurance for the gliders. What we call endurance line is, I define something endurance that when we operate more than 300 days in a specific key point, all the others could be quasi-endurance or specific missions that...
For the two comments, I think it's also important for the MonGOOS community to be connected with the international initiative. You think about gliders, vocabulary, definition are within Ocean Glider. We are international coordinator for that. There are discussions for what are the metadata that are required, how to send your data to the data assembly center, what are the best practices of to process data. So it's important that MonGOOS members also are connected with this international initiative. There are forum, discussion, everything, and this is true for Argos, it is true for gliders, for moorings, for all the task team represented. So yes, to avoid duplicate, because sometimes people think we are duplicating the effort. I will declare my information at Oceanography, but also in MonGOOS and ModNet. But in fact, if you are doing the things well, it is not duplicate because everything is connected. The Global Data Assembly Center that is for Europe Coriolis is connected with ModNet, with the other institution, with HMR, with regional nodes. So if you are doing the things correctly, you have no duplicate to do. So we try to do the job for the Mediterranean Sea with Manolo to connect that with the international initiative, but there are other ways to do that.
Metadata from OceanOps. So it's quite good because we can also distinguish by the different programs. So at, local level, we need to distinguish by the programs that could be related to the regional area that is covering the observation. So this kind of fine-tunings of vocabularies and dictionaries should be taken. It's time.
Yeah, I agree. And just to add something, Vanessa, this is also time to involve industry. And I'm thinking about Alcimar, for example, that manufactures Sea Explorer glider from Europe, and many of glider users in Europe have Sea Explorer glider. They develop tools also to support the ability to share data and metadata in good format. So I think it is also under the responsibility of the private sector to work with us to allow for that, because it is win-win. Alcimar will gain visibility. Look at the number of persons that are using my platform. Look at how my data are used. And for the users, it's more easy. You just have to push a button and say, OK, I agree. So they will be there, so we can discuss with them if you want. And I have to do the next presentation very quickly, 5 minutes.
So the next presentation will be given by Oren, as I said. He will present the Monaco exploration. That is our new cooperation, and we are happy to cooperate with them. So.
Yes, thank you, Vanessa. Yes, so I will share with you. I will not be the MonGOOS co-chair of the observation working group. No, I will be the representative of IOC UNESCO for the Mediterranean Sea. And as part of my work, I collaborate a lot with Monaco Explorations because they support my position for a large part. And I will specifically develop quickly their program in the Mediterranean Sea. I'm quite sure that few people know what are Monaco Exploration. Just a little bit of context. Monaco Exploration were founded in 2017, so it's quite new, by the government of Monaco with the objective to work in partnership with other Monegasque ocean-related institutions that you probably know. They are the Prince Albert II Foundations, the Oceanographic Institute of the Museum, the Scientific Center of Monaco, and the Yacht Club of Monaco. So all these entities work together, and the objective of the Monaco Exploration is to support operationally these institutions. There are 4 priority areas of scientific interest for Monaco at this time. They are marine protected area, coastal conservation, protection of megafauna, and innovative exploration technology. And Monaco Exploration specifically are based on 3 key pillars, which are government cooperation, science, and outreach. The working context of Monaco Exploration can be approached in 2 different ways. Either by the coordination of international scientific mission, or by the funding, the direct funding of external projects that are proposed by third party. And a good example for is my situation. Monaco support my position at the request of the IOC UNESCO to have a Mediterranean focal point. The Mediterranean mission are the new project that is led by Monaco Exploration. The 5 years before was the Indian Ocean, and now we are in the Mediterranean Sea, at least until 2030. So as its name suggests, of course, it will focus on the Mediterranean Sea, and if the international context allow for that, also try to investigate the Black Sea, but it's not sure. And the idea is to conduct 2 scientific missions a year, using innovative and environmental friendly vessels, always with a focus on a Mediterranean protected area. A little bit of context. Mediterranean missions are endorsed by the UN Ocean Decade. They are linked with the COP15 framework and integrated to the action plan for an exemplary Mediterranean. And just here a selection of logos to see that partners of Monaco Exploration are Monegasque, European, but also international. And one of the objectives, of course, is to increase this number of partners to conduct very good missions in the Mediterranean Sea. So I will go back to the 3 pillars. It is important to understand that for Monaco, every mission will have a strong diplomatic dimension. That is something quite different compared to classical scientific mission. but this is to support the Principality diplomatic priorities. In particular, the aim is to support, to reach the goal of 30% of marine protected by 2030, to contribute also to international meetings and events and advocate for the cause of the Mediterranean to international bodies. Of course, each mission will have a scientific dimension that will be important, but that will be done according to the means they have, so it will not be scientific vessels. They are a kind of vessel of opportunity, but the objective is to collect, of course, research data to contribute to existing scientific program, in particular in relation with marine protected area. But in addition to this marine protected area focus, there also a willingness of Monaco Exploration to optimize transect, and that is one of the ways a collaboration with MonGOOS can be established, because they have a willingness to contribute to the Mediterranean serving system during the transect of the ship. And for example, I'm working with them and other groups to see if we can include a ferry box, but also to contribute to the deployment and the retrieval of cargo floats along the missions. And the last dimension, the last pillar, it is the outreach. That is also something very important for Monaco, to communicating on their activity. There will be a traveling exhibition, educational activities for young people, and also dialogue with industry and stakeholders that will be organized. So again, it could be a good opportunity to us to connect with end users, I will say. So let's finish with the calendar. So the mission was officially launched in April 2024 during the Barcelona conference of the Ocean Decade in presence of the Prince Albert II. The next step, it will be a mission in Greece. So I hope there are Greek people. Where are there? No? I know. So the mission will start in Monaco, will last approximately 1 month, crossing the Tyrrhenian and the Ionian Sea, and then visiting several sites in Greece, including marine protected area. I have seen also in the poster of Aquarius there are probably something we can discuss together. Next step after that, for 2025, Monaco Exploration will attend the United Nations Ocean Conference in Nice. They will, of course, probably organize a second mission that is planned for this moment in Albania. And in December, they will attend the COP24 meeting in Egypt. All that to say you that we try with Vanessa and the person from Monaco Exploration to investigate ways to collaborate, to develop synergies. So if you are interested of knowing more or to contribute to the scientific program or to submit a project to Monaco Exploration, I encourage you to contact them directly at this email, or you can also contact me and I can do the means to enter in contact. Thank you. And I think 7 minutes, Vanessa.
The bad person that have to keep the time. Okay, thank you very much, Erin, and I think it's a great opportunity for us, for the Mediterranean, to collaborate with them. Now we will go to the next step. That is, we have the Aquarius project upcoming transnational access funding calls, and we are glad to invite them to present what is Aquarius. You might not know what the opportunities that you have through the Lighthouse, but it's with a program. But it would be explained better by here. So you have to, you can find, yeah, okay, it's coming. So the floor is yours, and please.
Thank you, Vanessa, and just like to thank Vanessa and all the MonGOOS people for welcoming us here to the event. It's a great forum for us to present at. So I'm Aidan Fitzgerald. I'm the project coordinator of the Aquarius project, which is the Aqua Research Infrastructure Service project. So we're just going to, I'm going to do a general introduction to the project, and then representatives from the various Aquarius infrastructures in the Mediterranean are going to come up and just go through their infrastructures that they're making available through the project. So what is Aquarius? So Aquarius is it's a Horizon Europe funded project with a budget of 14.5 million. We've 45 partners from 18 nations, and it's a 4-year project that started in March 2024. So Aquarius aims to provide access to a comprehensive and diverse suite of integrated research infrastructures to address challenges and explore opportunities for the sustainability of our marine and freshwater ecosystems. So you can see in the graphic here, we're based all over Europe and European seas, both in the sea, on land and river systems, and in the sky through aircraft, satellites, and so on. So that's just a snapshot of all the partners. It's a big project, and just Bernie, Claire, and Frank are charged with coordinating this project, which is can be challenging at times with a diverse range of different partners, I guess. So the aim is to provide free and supported access to this comprehensive and diverse suite of 57 integrated research infrastructures, as I mentioned, to address the challenges and explore opportunities. So the objectives are to provide single point access to a curated catalogue of 57 marine and freshwater research infrastructure services. So the access is completely free, and it also has a contribution towards scientists' travel, subsistence, and logistics costs. So we're going to make this available after we design, develop, and manage 2 transnational access funding calls. And again, that will provide free and supported access to these infrastructure. We will also deliver scientific and technical training to allow people to both apply and then to use the research infrastructures. From the outset, we're ensuring advanced data management to make the data fair according to global standards. And we will maximize the impact to make sure it supports the delivery of the goals of the mission Restore Our Oceans and Waters by 2030. So it's the project is divided by a thematic and geographic scope. So the geographic scope corresponds to the mission lighthouse regions, and the thematic scope is informed by the mission's objectives. So I guess in the Atlantic and the Black Sea Danube Basin, the aim is to protect and restore marine and freshwater ecosystems and biodiversity. In the North Sea and Baltic Sea, the aim is to make the sustainable blue economy carbon neutral and circular. And then specifically for the Mediterranean, it's the goal of preventing and eliminating pollution of our oceans, seas, and waters. So what are the infrastructures that we have? So we have 18 research vessels. We have 12 mobile marine observation platforms. We have 11 fixed marine facilities, 7 experimental research facilities. We have river and basin super sites, 3 aircraft, 2 drones, satellite services and also 10 separate data infrastructures. So we've, I presume you've all seen, we've put our Mediterranean infrastructure only upstairs in the coffee room. So take your time to see what, I know a lot of you are from the partner organizations, but just feel free to see what's there and what's available. So we've spent quite a lot of time developing an online catalogue, which I think is one of the more sort of accessible across all the projects that are out there at the moment. But this one is categorized by type of infrastructure and location, so it's by its lighthouse region. It'll give information on the modalities of access to the infrastructure, technical specifications of the infrastructure, and user requirements and training. And these are all summarized in the posters that are upstairs as well. So then the calls that we're going to announce. So we're going to launch 2 what are called super integration calls. So call 1 is going to be topic specific, targeting the themes and scientific challenges for each of the 4 lighthouse regions. So we have a deliverable that went through these themes and challenges. And the call 1 is going to open on the 11th of November, closing on the 20th of January 2025. And then call 2 will be later in 2025, and basically it'll adapt to the outcomes and how things went with the first call, and maybe if there's infrastructure that is unused or unasked for, also we'll adapt it depending on the budget availability and all that, or if there are new emerging issues arising in the meantime. So the themes and challenges for the first call, so the Atlantic Arctic, we'll look at sustainable management of marine resources, protection of marine ecosystems, adaptation to climate change. The Danube and Black Sea areas focus on the improvement of water quality and prevention of floods and droughts. The Mediterranean is enhancement of marine biodiversity, mitigation of marine litter, and development of blue tourism and aquaculture. The North Sea then is focused on reduction of nutrient and chemical pollution, restoration of marine habitats, and promotion of the circular economy and green shipping. So while we have these sort of focus themes, we're not being too restrictive. If people can in any way address these, it's a bit more open than that. So we're just really looking forward to getting high quality proposals that make as much use and high quality use of as much infrastructure as possible. So just to focus in on the Mediterranean basin. So this is an example, perhaps, of an integrated research application. So the theme would be around mitigation of marine litter, so plastic pollution, or indeed agricultural pollution. So this is just to give people an idea, really. So in terms of the service of the project, identification of relevant pollution sources from different environments, and risk analysis in hotspot areas. The infrastructure that we can offer are satellite observations for detecting and visualizing hotspot areas, in situ coastal observations, for example, measurements along autonomous straight line using gliders and or drones to get a spatio-temporal map of variables, and then offshore observations, for example, for measurements from research vessels to study the gradient variance. So this is just a suggestion, and we're sure there are far more clever minds in the audience who might have better ideas than this. So who can apply? So the user group leader and the majority of users must work in a country other than the country that owns and operates the infrastructure. So this is the EU rules for transnational access. We're encouraging international cooperation, so we need at least 3 partners from three different countries within the group who applies. And you have to be willing to disseminate the results, unless it's an SME that has a copyright or a patent issue. Applicants must have suitable scientific expertise, must have appropriate experience, so there's CVs, etc. in the application form. And then the application needs to be aligned with the call theme and objectives. But we're somewhat flexible in that. So the application process, so we have, along with our sister project PolarIn, we've developed the Aquarius TA platform, or TAP. So it's an integrated customized access system. It'll process all the transnational applications from the opening of the call all the way through to final reporting, and it'll be accessible via the Aquarius website. So this is sort of a one-stop shop. So then the evaluation process, this is sort of, obviously this project is somewhat an offshoot from 13 years of Eurofleet's projects. So we've a tried and trusted evaluation process for transnational access calls. So initially, after we receive a proposal, there's an eligibility check, and then the proposals are allocated then to members of the scientific review panel. There's an initial logistic feasibility to make sure that time isn't wasted by doing something that is absolutely impossible or whatever. So we have a brief logistic feasibility at the beginning. Then we select reviewers. The proposals are given to external experts. They complete their individual evaluations. There's a consensus evaluation meeting, and then there's a ranking. and there's recommendations coming from that. Then there's a final logistic evaluation to give a final ranking list and a list of selected projects. And then obviously we need to get into negotiation then, because you have a myriad of operators. For a very large project, you're trying to fit in with time and availability and how things can work together technically. So that's the general process. It's not this, when we wrote the proposal for this project, we realized what a challenge it is, especially because you're trying to integrate across so many different spheres, from rivers to ships to underwater gliders to aircraft and that. So this will be this will keep us very busy, but we're hopeful that we have a good platform for it anyway. So then in terms of training, so we'll provide training and support for transnational access users. That'll be ad hoc on-site training for specific training, technical training that's needed for the different infrastructures. There's a training specifically to use the transnational access portal as well. And then we have an online training hub with lots of materials there that we've gathered through the previous projects as well. There'll also be specific training on data management and data stewardship with a virtual access and analytics training. And then following on from some very successful initiatives under Eurofleets, we're going to have a floating university and internship open calls. So the CNR Gaia Blue will be a floating university on pollution in the Mediterranean. And then the RV Svea, which is SLU's almost new research vessel, will do work in the Baltic, floating university on environmental monitoring in the Baltic. We'll also work to provide spare berths on vessels, any of the partner vessels that have room. We're trying to really encourage people to apply to take up some of those spare berths. And that would also apply for Aquarius funded projects as well. And then Plocan are making spaces available in their summer schools for Aquarius participants around their well-known glider training program. So the open data policy, so we'll have a dedicated management approach to make sure that all gathered data will be managed in line with the FAIR principles, and the resulting data should become part of the leading European data management infrastructure such as CDataNet, Eurorbis, Elixir, ENA, ICOS, Copernicus, etc., for quality assurance, long-term stewardship and wide access. So we'll also be feeding FAIR data and metadata to eModNet, CMES, and the digital twins of the ocean and global portals. And we'll also facilitate open science as part of the European Ocean Science Cloud. We've aligned with the Blue Cloud 2026 project. So that's it. We have a very nice website. Please encourage your colleagues to visit it and see what the opportunities we're making available. And yeah, that's it, I think. Yeah. No questions, I don't think. Oh, one, okay.
Any question? I'm sorry, I was trying to. Any questions? I think it's very important, this opportunity, to have the chance to apply, to do research, and as we said, be paid. I mean, not to spend money, and then use this opportunity that the project is providing. Francisco.
Super interesting, and for the opportunities that you are bringing here. And my question is about the selection process and the applying. I mean, it would be a very long candidate. I mean, the applying could be something relatively easy to get a no and then develop, or it could be how it would work.
Sorry.
Yeah. So my question is, when someone will apply for the resources, or you will have several times where people will apply, is the application will be like a very big application? I mean, when you are submitting a proposal in a project, or it would be something, I mean, more technical and fast? Because I mean, I'm trying to think on the effort that may bring to submit an application, basically.
I don't think the effort will be that big in putting. It's nothing like an EU proposal for that, for example, for this project. It'll be much shorter, much more technical. It's well-defined sections that you need to complete. It's really probably the more challenging thing is trying to figure out which infrastructure you're going to put together to get an impact, and as well as trying to make sure that the rules are followed as well, that you can match the rules. But no, I wouldn't think it'd be very similar in size to what we did for Eurofleets, which I don't think they were too demanding a requirement, to be honest. And we hope as well to turn this around quite quickly, so that soon after it's closed, we will move very quickly into evaluation and get things moving, because we have to get things scheduled in maybe the latter half of 25 and into 26, but to get them onto the schedules, we have to move quickly. So we won't be hanging around. So if you put effort into a proposal, it'll be processed quickly, and if it's of a good standard, there's a very good chance of being funded, yeah.
Thank you.
There's one there in the corner.
Thank you. Thank you for this very informative presentation. My question is about the partnerships. I see that you have to be like more than one country. Is it open to third countries, non-EU?
Yeah, completely, yeah. It is, yeah, it's open. I think over 25% of the funding can begin to
But
third countries.
should the partnership have at least one EU member? Or for instance,
it could be completely non-EU, but it's probably of benefit if you're, you would naturally have a European partner most of the time if you're in working in European waters. But no, it's not as far as I know, it's not a prerequisite, and it could be entirely. And we have had entirely international applicants. Yeah.
Normally it will be with a EU partner, but we work with many southern Mediterranean countries, and this is a good opportunity. We can spread
I would say in the Mediterranean, especially given the nature of the political and social in the south, it would be very much encouraged, actually. Yeah, very much so. Good. Yeah, because you can see from all your maps the blank areas in the south, and that's where the effort needs to go, I would imagine. Yeah.
Also for training opportunities, like admitting students in those training.
Absolutely, we'd be delighted to have them. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a great presentation. I'm just looking at the call calendar, which you have also presented. The questions about the selection, that's actually the evaluation process. The first question is, how many experts are allocated to each proposal?
Off the top of my head, about 3 normally, at least 3. Yeah, we have a good database of experts. It's only if it's a more unusual topic, but generally 3. Yeah.
Okay, it's the usual number. And then consensus is sought among the external experts by remote evaluation. Is that correct? Consensus is also reached by the individual evaluation by the external experts?
The scientific expert panel meet and do the consensus, and I believe they take the individual evaluations and then they do their own assessment as well. I think it's a similar system to Eurofleets. There's a watchdog for each proposal. Remember, the SEP will follow that, but then they take the 3 evaluations from the external reviewers and they review them and come to a consensus then.
All right. Actually, the scientific expert panel is preparing the consensus report, or at the same time they are also doing the quality check, because the steps, sorry, a bit confusing to me. It looks like the consensus evaluation meeting is taking place among the individual experts, and then the shortlisting is done by the scientific expert panel. And it seems to me that there is a one step missing, which is the quality check of the evaluation. That means the quality check of the consensus.
1 second now.
Or is it done by the scientific expert panel overall?
If I could get this to come up, I can't. No,
yeah,
it is.
Exactly.
Okay. So we'll run through it again. So the proposal is received, and there's an initial eligibility check for the normal rules. And then the proposals are allocated to the scientific expert panel. These are the watchdogs and the people who do the consensus review. Bernie can maybe answer this. After the logistics feasibility, there's a reviewer selection, so the external experts are then allocated proposals. They return their anonymous evaluation reports. Then there's a consensus evaluation meeting, which I believe is the scientific expert panel that meet to review the anonymous evaluations.
So the consensus meeting taking place without the external experts?
No, they are the external experts, as far as I know. The consensus is done by the scientific expert panel. They get the individual anonymous reports. There's a whole host of anonymous reviewers in the background that review the proposals. And then we have our scientific expert panel who do the consensus evaluation that's informed by the individual evaluations. Because often they're widely varying, as you know, between.
Okay, so the consensus is reached with the external evaluation, among the external experts, and then the quality check and the shortlisting is done by the scientific expert panel. Is that correct?
So I guess the consensus is it's both a form of quality check, but there's also a quality check at the very start under eligibility and logistics.
This is confusing to me, sorry, yeah. Maybe we can discuss it later.
Yeah, we can discuss it later. Yeah, it's a pretty tried and tested process. It's very similar to what we did for Eurofleets.
I worked within funding agency for several years, so it's just, I know how the process works. But then I just try to understand that the quality of the evaluation.
We have we have a work package completed. There's a report complete on the evaluation process. Actually, we can share. It's a bit more detailed than my knowledge. I'm mostly around the logistics side of things. But Bernie might have an answer there. So Bernie's the project manager, so she'll.
Hi, there's a watchdog also assigned to each of the proposals received. So the watchdog looks at all of the evaluations and makes sure that he or she agrees with the overall consensus. And then that's brought to the consensus meeting afterwards. So the watchdog, I guess, is doing the quality check. And the watchdog is an expert in that field, in the field that the proposal is in that particular scientific field. Does that make sense? Okay.
Thank you for the great presentation and pushing us to have synergies because it's very important. My question now is, can you combine proposals to the same, like I'm offering the gliders and someone can request the gliders, but I can request from the other institute the vessel, and you have at the end two proposals that could be synergetic.
Well, they could be a single proposal. So we're conscious of this, that we have so many partners that will, it's going to be quite difficult to avoid being part of a consortium that applies for your own infrastructure. But what we would suggest is to be sort of strategic about it, that you would have, so an overall user group leader, because there are different, it's not like a chief scientist here or whatever, there's different leaders for different elements, and that you just strategically combine things so that the overall user group leader and the majority are applying, for example, the largest infrastructure you're applying for, that they're of a different country. And then you can appoint maybe a leader from another country to the glider or something like this. So have to be somewhat strategic. Like, it's difficult to avoid that, especially in the Mediterranean, if you're sharing equipment, So just to be strategic, I think.
Thank you.
Have a question about the data management strategy, because you mentioned that you will try that all data from the different platforms are fair, but can you comment what is your particular strategy? Because you presented it a bit general, so I wonder if you already have some ideas how to deal with this.
So I'm not a data manager, or wouldn't ever claim to be. So Dick Schaap from Maris is in charge of the data policy. So I can't comment beyond what I've presented, to be honest. It's following tried and trusted principles. So, but we have a report on the website around the data management, I believe, as well. Yeah, that goes into a lot more detail than I can give you, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was just going to respond to that. There's a deliverable on our website regarding the whole data management approach and how we're going to how we're going to approach it. Yeah, it's available on the website.
Okay, thank you. Now we go to the, we will very shortly like pitch presentations of the infrastructures that are above and the poster that are in the room. So I encourage just to give really a brief introduction, and then if you have some questions, please I ask you to go there and to talk to the in charge persons to get more information.
We have lost the mouse again. Hemos perdido el ratón otra vez. Se nos pierde.
Introduce myself. I'm Bernie Nichnela. I work with Ada on the Aquarius project. So a few of the infrastructure operators are here today to represent some of their infrastructure, and Vanessa is actually first up. I'll introduce them all. So Vanessa is going to introduce the South Adriatic Sea E2M3A.
Yeah. Thank you. So very briefly, I can say that I cannot see anything from here, because I don't have my glasses, but
Can we switch this?
I don't know. I make it more clear. So because
how do you switch?
Now maybe I can get from there, because sorry, I cannot see anything.
Okay.
Now I have to get my glasses. So. Okay, I will present briefly. This is the South Adriatic A2M38 facility. It's part of the EMSO. It's a regional EMSO facility. It's deployed in the Southern Adriatic Pit, which is the deepest part of the Adriatic. Is the organization is leading is the OGS, and the operation area is the Southern Adriatic Sea. So. It is positioned at 1,200 meters. That has a distance from the coast is 60 nautical miles. We have the communication system that is Google Cloud via Iridium. We have real-time data transmission for the buoy, while the second mooring, I forgot to say that there is a two-system mooring. One is the buoy with real-time data transmission, and the late mode mooring. The equipment that we have and data that we can share is a CTD at different levels. We have currents and ADCP measuring the whole water column. We have PhD measurements, CO2 sensors, one for air, LC measurements, and now we will have in the next next deployment that is in November, we will have CO2 data. We have sediment traps positioned at 2 levels. We have the weather stations and radiometers to get information of radiation fluxes. So what can we offer? We have the calibration center. There's a facility activities can carry out by applied international guidelines. We have our meteorological center. We can, together with the facility for the buoy, we have the gliders, logistical, technological support, and we have a long time series from there in the site, so we can give oceanographic support to data analysis and of course for some advice for regarding science. So I will pass for the next. We can talk. The poster is up there, so we can get more information. You can get more information from me on the post site.
Do you want to present the OGS areas as well, Vanessa, or do you have any information on it? No. Okay.
I don't get this. I didn't get this information.
That's okay. We'll move on. So if Manel is there then to present, would you like to present from down here, or because the screen is rather small here? Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Manel Rifoll from the Technical University of Catalonia, and I am the responsible of the Ebro Delta supersite. And well, we offer a logistic base for fresh marine water change observation, also including sediment dynamics. Some physical processes that occurs here, it's for instance, the mixing processes between the fresh and marine interface, processes related with entrainment, turbulence of different layers, exchange flows, and also we have a salt wedge that we can investigate how is the penetration, and we offer how to investigate the salt wedge penetration, and also the two layers, the two-layer change in the river mouth, because also there is a seal, because the longshore dynamic, that it's something like a small fjord, because this seal, it acts as a obstruction of the fresh water, of the marine water intrusion. So which kind of facilities we offer? First of all, a logistic base, and also different equipment and instrumentation, CTD, ADCP, ADV, OVS, also everything related with coastal oceanography, including waves, current, and sediment transportation. In addition, we have expertise in rhodamine experiments. We have done here in several aquiculture platforms, as these photos you can observe a tracer experiment that we also use a drone to explore how is the evolution of the concentration of the fluorimeter, that then also we develop a specific software to translate the image from the drone to a concentration to evaluate the dispersion mechanisms, etc. And finally, we also have a suite of numerical models that include also the river model to evaluate how is the salt wedge and the change fluxes, and also coupled wave and current models to explore how is the plume distribution in the Ebro Delta shelf. Finally, if you are obviously going to work, you are more than welcome. And also just to let you know that Ebro Delta is a beautiful place, that there are some kind of bird species, because it's also a natural reserve, and also there is a good food, because it's quite famous because the paella of the Ebro Delta shelf. Thank you so much.
And Jan, if you're there. Jan is going to, from Czech Globe, is going to present the FLIS, a Flying Laboratory of Imaging Systems.
Yeah, thank you. So I would like to introduce our infrastructure, which we call Flying Laboratory of Imaging Systems, which could be part of your research financed by Aquarius. It's, in fact, it's photogrammetric aircraft equipped by 4 sensors, hyperspectral sensors for visible near-infrared and short infrared spectral range. We have also thermal sensor and eventually laser scanner, which could be used maybe for some coastal application, but in general for water application, I think could be quite useful. Visible and near-infrared spectral scanner and eventually thermal spectral scanner. This aircraft is operational across whole Europe, so it doesn't matter where we acquire data, but to acquire and especially well correct the hyperspectral data, we need blue sky weather condition. Yeah? So it's definitely easier to acquire good quality data in Mediterranean compared to North Sea and so on. Yeah? So in Mediterranean, I think it's could be quite it could be easier to get good quality data, let's say. On the bottom part, you can see just two examples for which this data could be used. It could be used or was used for detection of algae, chlorophyll A, or picoscyanin for detection of cyanobacteria. Also, turbidity could be estimated, and by the thermal scanner could be measured temperature. On right side or left side from your point of view, you can see Venice Lagoon acquired during last year. So you can see that even at surface water temperature, you can see some differences and distinguish really tiny but distinguished temperature changes on the surface. Because it's a little bit disadvantage compared to your research that we don't see under the water properly, just where it's visible. Yeah, so we really can provide data from the surface. And on the right side, there is just visualization of the chlorophyll A concentration. That's all from my side, and I am here for your questions.
Thanks. Is David here from EMBRC? No. Okay, well, that's the EMBRC services are also being provided in Aquarius. But David isn't here, so the next one is Nicholas, if you're from SOCUP.
Hi, my name is Nicolas Arganelos. I'm at SOCIB, and we are offering two facilities. The first facility that we are offering is the gliders. We have 7 gliders, and we are able to measure temperature, salinity, chlorophyll, sedum, backscatter, NPAR, and oxygen, of course. We are offering our gliders through the aquariums for 100 days. So around the Med, and we have quite experience on the Western Mediterranean Sea the last 13 years. And we support all the users, plus any kind of scientific support that you need, and processing of the data, and visualization, and so on. Offer the data in various formats, primarily on NetCDF files, as it's the most common. And that's it from the gliders. And from the vessel, we have a catamaran vessel, which is 24 meters with quite big lab of 27 square meters that can be used for various purposes. And also we have the wings that can operate various activities and operations, and it's able to accommodate 9, if I remember correct, 9 scientists, and be able to be in the sea for 7 days continuously. And here you can see also from the last 2 years the operations that we did in the Western Mediterranean, and through the aquariums we are offering our catamaran for 10 days, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And sorry. Thanks, Nicholas. And up next, Eels from Vito. So Vito are making 3 different infrastructures available. Thanks.
Thank you. So the first one is the Everest 4, as it's called now, which is also an airborne hyperspectral sensor, like the one Jan mentioned. So what we are offering is the processing of this Everest 4 data for water aquatic applications. It's a sensor that is operated on a Swiss aircraft. The sensor is an heritage of a NASA sensor. And it is starting to be operational. So there are the first campaigns this year operated by the University of Zurich, and we're doing the processing for you, and we are here to help you with the data. Maybe just a few words about the spatial resolution. It's about meter level data, but you can have also 30 centimeter level, but it depends, of course, on the flight height. It's hyperspectral, that means that you have a lot of spectral bands, and there are many applications possible with these images from the aircraft. Okay, the next one is Mapio, and that's a drone data processing facility for aquatic applications. So in a Horizon Europe or the Horizon 2020 project, Monocle, we have been developing guidelines and protocols and developing an automated processing chain for coming from drone data, raw data, providing guidelines to pilots, but also to researchers, to quality control, and then produce water-leaving reflectants, chlorophyll products, turbidity and suspended sediments. And in this Monocle project, this workflow and the products have been tested at various validation sites. Such sites are among Danube River, but also in Greece, so several sites across Europe where these aquatic products have been validated. Here you have centimeter level spatial resolution. And then the next one is Terrascope. That's a satellite processing, image processing facility, and there we process Copernicus. So Copernicus is the European Earth Observation Program. We process Sentinel-2 images for water-leaving reflectants and these water quality products like chlorophyll, suspended matter, and turbidity. And in this Terrascope, you have a viewer. You can just look at the data, you can download the data, but with Terrascope, we want to bring the user to the data. And we also have virtual machines. You can ask for a virtual machine. There are tools available. You can have Jupyter notebooks available, but develop your own Jupyter notebooks. So bringing the researcher to the data and do the processing. So here, so also in Terrascope, we have water-leaving reflectants, chlorophyll, suspended matter, and turbidity available in near real time for the researchers.
Thank you, Ilse.
Thank you. So CNR is offering a number of facilities. The biggest one is our research vessel Gaia Blue. It is a new research vessel, new for CNR. We have equipped it with all the most updated scientific instruments. It's 82 meters long. It has a capacity of about 26 people, a scientific crew, and in the framework of Aquarius TNA, 10 days of access are offered. So what it is adapted to make surveys in the fields of oceanography, geology, biology, and chemistry. It has a dry lab. It has a control room, it has a wet lab, it is equipped with two different Rosette and CTD systems, one the normal standard one and the other one for ultra clean measurements, GeoTrace standard. It has various multi-beams and it is equipped with two vessel mounted ADCPs. Next one. Then we have also 3 fixed marine facilities. This one is the Western Mediterranean Sea fixed site W1, W1M3A. It is located in the Ligurian Sea between Genova and the Corsica island. It is a large buoy which is anchored on a seabed of about 1,200 meters, and it has both an oceanographic payload underwater and a meteorological payload. So the applicants to the TNA can install sensors or prototypes both in the air or under the water. It has also the ability to make near real-time data transmission because it has this atmospheric part. So it is equipped with a surface buoy, and it has power resources. Next one. So these are two different mooring systems. These are submerged moorings. They are located at about 500-meter depth, and they don't have any atmospheric part, so the last element of the moorings is at about 70 meters. Here the users, the successful applicants to the TNA offered by Aquarius can install sensors, prototypes, or other systems to make new type of measurements in the water column. And these don't have any real-time data transmission, and the access is provided. There are 3 total accesses of 6 months length each. So the user group will install a sensor or whatever, leave it there under the water for 6 months, and after 6 months we will go with a ship to retrieve the whole mooring line and download all the data, including the data that are already collected by these 2 lines, so currents, temperature, salinity, and dissolved oxygen at different levels. Next one is calibration facilities. So in our lab we have a calibration, we have equipments that can be used to calibrate your sensors. In particular, we are talking about salinity and temperature, so we're talking about CTD sensors. So this could be in the framework of Aquarius, could be done free of charge instead, or in addition to send the sensor to the manufacturer, which is more expensive, of course. But this could be an additional control and an additional check of your sensors. So please submit your applications to our facilities.
Thanks, Catherine. I just wanted to add as well that there are contact details for all of the operators available on our website and further details. So we strongly recommend that you contact the operators in advance of submitting any proposal, just to ensure interoperability of the infrastructure, the feasibility of your plan, and just the mere potential of being able to implement your research. It's strongly advised. And if there's no contact detail for the operator, please just contact the project itself, aquarius@marine.ie. And if there are any questions, can you just move on? Thanks, Million.
Close me. Thank you very much. It was a very nice morning. Now that Catherine is really asking us to go for lunch. We're supposed to start at 2:30. We will start at 2:40. And please, I would like you to be here because we have a very intense afternoon. So please be punctual. And I'll kindly ask you to be, since it's an interactive session, I kindly ask you to leave your computers and cell phones close and participate a little bit. Okay? Thank you very much.
from this workshop, we will have this is the title, Boosting the Understanding of the Mediterranean for Adaptation to Climate Change and Extreme Events, a Scientific Advice for Fisheries and Conservation Perspective. So the idea is that from this discussion, we build the strategic plan for 2030, MonGOOS, synergies with the regional fisheries management organizations in the framework of the working group of applications. The idea is to achieve what are the MonGOOS potential elements for responding to RFMOs. RFMOs are regional fisheries management organizations. And we will be working in these three themes, that is technical and technological status and challenges, scientific priorities, and interaction among communities. So let me 2 minutes. Oh, sorry about that. No. So just 2 minutes to let you know how the people that do fisheries assessments use products from operational oceanography. So to give you an idea, it's important that you get the concepts because then the discussion will be much productive. So some general things. How to identify properly the best area for aggregation of adult fish. Then we can understand fisheries distribution and improve indices of abundance. How to identify areas of aggregation of spawners to design marine protected areas, for example. How to identify the reasons for persistence variability of production of a species. I mean, how many fish are going to have next year from the adults of this year? How to identify the reasons for decline of production of a species. How to identify the reasons for change in space and time of any of the above in the future. So these are very general issues that people work with. Regional fisheries management organizations in the Mediterranean, there are two. One that is in charge of the management of the tunas and large pelagics is the International Commission for the Conservation of Atlantic Tunas. And within the ICAT, there is a specific working group that is the Subcommittee on Ecosystems. And within there, MonGOOS has a study case specifically designed from between the linkage between MonGOOS and ICAT to design a tuna met observatory. So using operational data, we monitor variability on the habitats of tunas to improve the assessments on the framework of ICAT. I mean, this is one of the indicators that we use. For example, what you see here is sea surface temperature anomalies in the spawning area of bluefin tuna during the spawning time. So this is the kind of indicators that we produce to the assessment groups. This is another indicator that is, for example, the analysis of the expansion and contraction of the adequate habitats for the larvae of swordfish. So we are exploring how the habitat is changing and expanding and contracting depending on what is happening every year. And this is very important because 1 year ago, there is a special resolution in ICAT to incorporate climate change in the assessment. I mean, this is going to be probably the turning point on how fisheries is addressed right now, because fisheries assessment normally, 90%, more than 90%, doesn't include any kind of environmental variability information in the process of assessment. And this is something that is going to change after this resolution. The other regional fisheries management organization that is working on the Med and is responsible for all the other fisheries, demersal fisheries, small pelagics, artisanal fisheries, is the General Fisheries Commission for the Mediterranean. And there was a huge meeting in Antalya, Turkey, to address all the questions on the General Fisheries Commission. And from there, I mean, the General Fisheries is organized in theme sessions: better science for better advice, healthy seas and sustainable fisheries, economical and technological innovation for resilient fisheries. And then there was also in this meeting in Turkey, there was also side events and expert roundtables from where GFCM has decided to establish a network of experts on climate change. And MonGOOS is supposed to be a key pillar in this expert group. So our objective now, from here, is to make an agreement with JFCM to linkage all the work that is being done in MonGOOS to respond what fisheries and conservation need in the Mediterranean. I mean, it's not here, but this same kind of work is being developed in the ICES, in the Atlantic. So ICES also has a group on how to integrate environmental variability in the process of assessment and conservation. If you want to know more, you can talk to Francisco Campuzano, that especially has a session in every year in the ICES meetings. So, from these two regional fisheries management organizations, what we did is to explore all the documents, talk to many different scientists, and come out with general 5 blocks of issues that the documents express as needs for integration of environmental variability within the fisheries perspective. And when you analyze the documents and the papers and the meetings, these 5 are very replicated, both in ICAT and the GFCM. So we have climate change impacts and adaptation. I mean, it's clear that every time, fisheries advice is always talking about the need of integrating climate change and adaptation, the importance of having hydrodynamic and biogeochemical knowledge on hydrodynamics and biogeochemical processes, how to integrate environmental data in the stock assessment, because stock assessment is a very particular process and based basically in population model, fish population model, and this is the most used now in fisheries, but they are also trying to advance to ecosystem approach for fisheries that integrate multi-species and other aspects of the ecosystem. So advances through how to link all this information is a discussion that is right now in the table. Innovating in observation and monitoring technologies, the people in the fisheries assessment do not see this as MonGOOS community does, because they talk about how to, for example, how to put cameras in the boats, so you can record what the people catch and use that information to report the fisheries. Then we have all the issues regarding to marine spatial planning. If we take these unconnected elements that appears all along the discussions and we put it in more a MonGOOS structure order, we can say that we first have innovation in observation and monitoring technologies, then we have hydrodynamic and biochemical processes, then we have with that the studies regarding climate change and adaptations, and from there we can get information that products that inform marine spatial planning are products that inform the environmental integration in stock assessment. So if we go from here, next step, I mean, this is super general. So I want to put the accent in some important issues to consider. So regarding the linkages between the MonGOOS community and the fisheries, there are 4 important notes that you have to keep in mind to make the discussions later more efficient. One is that HINCAS and reanalysis products are relevant. I mean, it's very important not only to have forecast, but HINCAS products are very important. I mean, we work with time series. The figure that you saw in the previous slide, we need to understand what has been going on along the years in order to understand how these time series of information, I mean, how these changes in time affected population. So forecast is important, it's in the main of everybody wants to know what is going to happen, but HINCAS is very important. Second, it's very important that you realize that different species are linked to oceanographic and ecological process at different depths. It's not the same to study tunas or tunas during early life stages that are in the surface in the first 30 meters that to study shrimps, red shrimps, or hake that are at the bottom in 500 meters, for example. So this is something that we have to keep in mind. The other important issue is that which spatiotemporal scales the fisheries advice is interested in. So, well, sorry, I jumped one. Is the spatial scales, we are not interested in knowing what is going on in the Palma Bay, in Mallorca, for example, in the Balearics. That is 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers. We are interested in knowing what is going on at mesoscale and regional scale. And regarding if you see here the classical map of scales of processes and temporal spatiotemporal scales, this is what we are interested in. More or less mesoscale processes from 10 to 1,000 kilometers, and from week processes to 1 year perspective. Finally, I would like to say that, as you like tomato, I like tomato, Elia Fitzgerald. So the two communities speak different languages, but at the end, we all deal with data. Oceanographers like MATLAB, Python, they work with NetCDF files. Biologists, ecologists doesn't. They work with R, and they work with CSV. So I have a lot of students. I gave them the NetCDF files, and at 1 week came and say, I quit. I quit and say, no, don't worry. We can advance on this. You can learn about that. Don't worry. So this is something that we have to keep in mind, that for the communication between the two communities, we have to be aware of that we have different backgrounds, but at the end, the two communities talk different languages. Really, at the end, we want to merge data and analyze environmental variability, so I think we can also have this in consideration. So we have taken all this, no sé cómo se dice en inglés, un rollo, all this that I have been telling you during the last, I think I have been quick actually, because we are more interested in what is going to come after this talk. We have tried to summarize everything in 4 questions. Yesterday, with a beer, we sit together and say, okay, how do we put all this in 4 questions? So we spent the afternoon in a working group, in a bar, doing this 4. I say it was in a bar because maybe you can see some mistakes in the conceptual issues, but that's something we have to work today. So the first question, general question that we believe MonGOOS community can respond to facilitate, to boost the operational oceanography integration in fisheries. How MonGOOS community should advance to provide better observation and models to resolve mesoscale to regional variability at the scale that is interested for fisheries. How can we achieve better ecosystem models? Very important, because there's people working on ecosystem models. There are very good initiatives in some groups in the MEP, but there's still a lot to do on that. What kind of tools the MonGOOS community could provide to develop, to enhance operational oceanography and exploitation to better understand the impact of climate change of fisheries? This is something that, I don't know if you know MyOcean Pro. It's a tool from Copernicus. It's a tool, now this is quite new, actually. Before, you had to go to Copernicus, download the NetCDF files, program the data extraction, and then make your time series or whatever you want to do. If you are expert in fisheries, you are not going to do that at all. That's for sure. My students, none of them could do all this work, so I spent half of their thesis of masters or whatever teaching them how to deal with this. But now, you can go to Copernicus, drag an area, select a variable, and get the time series in a CSV format. So it's like 2 months of work can be resolved in 2 days now. And this is one example. So the idea now is that, I go back to the first slide, is that we are going to split in 3 groups. And what do you think? It's because we are a little bit late, and then maybe we were thinking in doing two groups. Two groups. Okay. We are going to do two groups. We are going to go up, and we are going to be half and half. So then at the half an hour and half an hour, and then we change, so everybody will have the opportunity. The people stay, yeah, sorry.
Because it's not will be a mess.
So
The leaders that are leading the discussion will change.
okay.
So we have two.
There will be two spaces, our marker upstairs. So once you take one chair, don't move. The rapporteurs will move to you, and then the topic of the discussion will change. Don't worry, I mean, the rapporteurs are well trained. We had an intensive training session. We had a good training session, so don't worry. You just have to sit in a chair. Take a pen with you, please. There are some pens upstairs. Take some Post-its, and you will be asking, I mean, you will have to think about issues that come to your mind regarding, first, technical and technological status and challenges. This will be driven by Emanuela Clementi and Nicolás Toracanelos. Thank you very much. So then we have scientific priorities. This will be Vanessa and Javier Campuzano. And then interaction among MonGOOS and fisheries. I mean, how to achieve better linkages between the two communities, which are not here, the other communities, so we have to give our view. And the rapporteurs will be Juan Moreno and Alicia Blanco upstairs. So we had everything prepared for 3 groups, so we will have to do a little bit of an adjustment, but we will do it in the fly, don't worry. And if you give me 1 minute more, I will give you some examples. I mean, we have to keep in mind, you have to keep in mind the main questions, the 4 main questions that I wrote it, that they will be pasted in the wall, so we keep it in the mind. So that's it. We can go upstairs.
Yeah, indeed.
Take.
Since we later we said we will move into, I will suggest the questions are the same, yeah, for the 2 groups. But the thematic, how you address the thematic with this question will be different. Now we can maybe separate in 2 main.
Okay, science, technology, and technology, yeah. And then linkages.
You see, every time.
So we will be not 3 groups. So we will not be 3 groups. Everything was being prepared along 1 month, but change it in 1 day, in 1 minute. That's the funny thing of MonGOOS, that we are not many people, but very dynamic people.
We are the top, no?
And that's the good thing. So we are going to be 2 groups, not 3 groups.
And we will divide in 3 and 3 for rapporteurs, and we will.
Yes.
We will arrange this.
3 rapporteurs and 3 rapporteurs. Everything.
And it's something that is very, please don't think, I don't know if you are already aware of this exercise, how you do it. So it's not that you have to write the PhD thesis. No?
The idea
is that... It's the idea that what you can do on your mind, and you talk what you think it is necessary. Don't think that is, if you think it's silly or not silly or it's not appropriate. Just put it in the table.
We will have 5 minutes to clarify the questions, don't worry. Then you will have your answers or your ideas in Post-its, paste the Post-it in the wall, and then we will reorganize which of these Post-its. I know that there are many fancy tools to do that now, but I am very old school. I mean, then we rate which are the most interesting ones. And from there, if everything goes fine, we will have the first draft for the fisheries
I
strategy
would say
2030.
the more interesting one. Because everything is interesting,
Yes.
but we have to group. Yeah,
We will see.
because I have found in these exercises that we think in the same way. So they are very different written what you think, but at least can be grouped in one big group. So I hope you are very active, and so we don't move because now is so we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 are here. Here we see, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So we move 2 passes to at least for the other side. Catherine, you move to the other side. And then we, so please, the first group stay on one side of where we're having the lunch, and the other ones move to the side.
So 12 and 12, more or less, no?
It's more or less 12, yeah.
Okay.
Because I count with the rapporteur.
There are 12 chairs and 12 chairs. If somebody has not a chair, he can go to a coffee or something. Okay, just to wrap up, 4 questions. Keep it in mind. How to achieve, how can we advance? It doesn't mean that we have to do it, but we have to put on paper which are the good conditions that will allow the modelers, for example, to do it. To improve observation and models at the spatiotemporal scales of interest for fisheries. How can we achieve better ecosystem models? What kind of tools the MonGOOS community could provide? And I forgot this one in the previous round. How can we inform better about the accuracy of the operational oceanography products? This is very important. Yesterday we were discussing about this sentence half an hour. I hope that everybody understands it. How can we inform better about the accuracy of the operational products to the people that is going to use it? Okay, this is very important, because if you are an ecologist and you want to use operational oceanography products, you need to know how good these products are to respond to your questions. And this is not always the case. So let's go upstairs and have fun.
Okay, please.
Fun with flags. If we rush, we will have a coffee prize. We will get a prize. If we finish in 15 minutes, I compromise the coffee. Good. So, but we have to be quick. So, everybody, thank you very much. I have been a little bit upstairs, more time here downstairs. Everything that we planned to do that didn't work. Everything that we planned didn't work. But at the end, I think everybody has the feeling that worked. I mean, we didn't have 3 groups, we had 2, but it was very, I mean, everything that we were planned didn't work as planned, but it has worked. And that's very good. I love this kind of dynamics because we are used to the online meetings that I completely hate. So this is fun, people know each other, and it's easy to have the beer after in the afternoon. So I think that it's good to have this kind of dynamics. And now what we are going to do is that we are going to call the rapporteurs of the 2 groups, and they are going to give us the main messages that have extracted. If you think that they forgot one particular very important message, we can recapitulate and put it here. We will go through all the post-its, but this will be later after MonGOOS meeting, and then we will make a document. And we have to present these results to the General Fisheries Commission of the Mediterranean, and we will do it also in the International Commission of the Atlantic Tuna. So it has a relevance. Thank you very much, all of you, for the interesting discussions and the input. Thank you. So now I'm going to call the nominees, Nikolaos and Manu. Come to the stage and tell us your feeling on the main. I mean, he has a full page, like 1,000 words, so I asked him not to read it, but to summarize 3 main messages, 4 main messages of what has been your discussion upstairs.
Okay, we have a great discussion. One of the key points, it was to communicate more and the different communities to interact more each other. So the fishery community to interact with the physical oceanographers and vice versa, and the modelers. One of the top points that it came to all of our discussion, it was more data in the assimilation. Targeting for the assimilation, and the modelers give feedback to the observationalists. So the people that they do the observations, because we never consider, unfortunately, their opinion, let's say. More BGC data, and also more data on the vertical and horizontal space, plus the model outputs have more vertical resolutions. So that means that we need to fit the models better. And finally, if we can say, is adaptive sampling measurements to target specific needs, both on in both communities. And of course, again, these sampling measurements have a better horizontal resolution and vertical resolution. Anything else? Training that, yeah, go ahead.
Organize training in order to connect different communities that usually don't know each other, especially biologists. So we need to know more from them, and probably they need to know more from our side.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the group of us. And now the nominees are Juan, Vanessa. Alicia is going to read the main counts, but come to the stage also. And you too.
Should I?
Okay, I'm trying. Oopsie. So what we have discussed, or the main sentence that we have, the first one would be to define target-oriented predictions and services. Then we agree also on that we need to improve communication, so I think that this one will be the same for other groups. The second one is to provide access to ecosystem expertise, so direct communication might not always be effective. We need to connect and understand the fisheries needs, which kind of physical parameters they need. Enrich and complete the information of MonGOOS dashboard with PIs, institutions, repository, etc. To work in the interoperability of sensors, develop trainings on how to use artificial intelligence. And then another idea that was created was to create a fisheries ocean observing systems, so for in situ data collection. So these were the main.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like just to add one conclusion that came also to the table, that is that we are trying to achieve all these things since many years, and I have the feeling that when I came to MonGOOS first time, it was in Genova. My first MonGOOS was in Genova, year 16. 18. Okay. If we take 2 years, well, if we take out the 2 years gap in the middle that didn't, it's like 4 years of work. And in 4 years of work, the message I want to send to MonGOOS is that we have advanced a lot on the fisheries side. We have, I have said that in the group here, but I want to enforce it here. We have a more, this is the first year we have started a direct linkage with General Fisheries Commission of the Mediterranean. Pilar Hernandez for the GFCM is here. Thank you very much for coming and contributing to this. We have a meeting with them to express, to show them the outputs of this workshop, also with the ICAT. And I think that we are progressing on at least on the fisheries side. I think that we are progressing. And the ideas from the two groups, I can see that more or less are on the same line. So it will be easy to put something on the implementation plan for MonGOOS 2030 that will address specific needs. I mean, we will see then how to achieve those needs, but at least we have identified those in order to advance on the fisheries, at least on the fisheries and user side. So thank you very much, everybody. Coffee? And public acknowledgements to the rapporteurs. I mean, thank you very much. They were yesterday working hard with a beer.
will be the last half an hour. So then we can go. It has been a long day, but I believe it was fruitful. So I was there. Our last speaker today is Denise Caras, how you pronounce it? And she will give a lecture, I'm tired, lecture about the advancing marine observation, MonGOOS updates and progress. So after that, we will have, I will wrap up the session. And for those who sign, I said for the, get me information for the dinner tonight, so I will give all afterwards. So Denise, the floor is yours.
It is here, but it's not in my screen. That's why I just need to adjust that here. Vanessa left the agenda. It's okay. But not this. I cannot put it in the. No, I cannot put it in the presentation mode. It just. You see?
This is not your presentation.
Thank you. We solved the problem now. I will be very brief. It's just about some key information and updates and news from MonGOOS. But before that, just a bit of a background. And I see that it was necessary when I discussed some of you during the lunch break. There was a kind of lack of clarity on the status of MonGOOS. So it's important to mention that MonGOOS is a legal entity established under European, actually under Belgian law. So it's an inter-institutional organization. Although MonGOOS is a regional alliance of the global ocean observing system, supported by 46 member organizations across 19 different countries, with the aim of coordinating the European ocean knowledge, the marine knowledge and value chain. This is a very interesting slide. It looks very busy, but it also shows the evolution of MonGOOS since its establishment until today. And it also gives a good overall overview about how MonGOOS works. We have 6 different working groups. Biological observation is the newest one, with the aim of integrating biological components into the operational oceanography. We have coastal working group, data management, science advisory, technology plan, and ocean literacy. We also have 6 task teams: ferry box, tight gauge, gliders, high frequency radar, Argo, and fixed platforms. I see that I need the glasses. It's very, very small. You couldn't see neither.
No, I have to stay here.
I guess, maybe, but then how am I going to do? We have a pointer. Okay, I need to stand here, yeah. Well, in addition to this working groups and task teams, we also have the regional alliances, 5. MonGOOS is one of them in the Mediterranean region. We also have in Arctic, we also have in Arctic, in Baltic, in Northwest, and as well as in Iberian Peninsula. And these are all operating as the regional system and coordinating all these very fragmented efforts at European level. And MonGOOS is kind of overarching all this system in Europe continent. We have briefly talked about AMRIT during the breakout session, but we're going to talk more about tomorrow at the workshop, the importance of AMRIT EU-funded project in terms of improving and advancing the European ocean observing system, as MonGOOS is leading the co-designing process to collaborate, in collaboration with the different stakeholders in order to sustain and coordinated establishment of a European ocean observing system in Europe, and advancing the technology, promoting the, I can't read at all, so promoting the best practices, fostering innovation, understanding the user needs and stakeholders. To stay here with the microphone. Yeah, but I need a pointer to change the slides. If you have a pointer. It's okay. No, it's... Yeah, fine. I didn't knew that so far. I mean, yes, maybe let's do it like that. It's kind of a milestone for me to see the aging process also. Well, yeah, so we, in line with this, in order to coordinate the efforts, we have worked on a strategy for the next 4 years, from 2023 to 2027, and we also worked on a roadmap for implementation for the next 4 years. These are very important 2 documents. They are available at MonGOOS website, as well as the EOS own website. So this kind of summarizes the next 4 years plan, and which goes together with the MonGOOS strategy. I'm not going to go through all these details, but all this information and more detailed information is available in our online platforms. Please do not hesitate to get familiar with, because it's very important for the AMRIT proposal, while we are going to establish an EOS technical support center, as MonGOOS will be the main lead on that. As a result, we have organized an EOS Technology Forum in conjunction with the Oceanology International in London, March 2024, with the focus on ocean observing technologies, in particular and low-cost technologies. We are working on a report which will be published in a month, and it will summarize all those discussions and also the future plans. We have invited a number of key experts from academia, industry, and governance. So this report will contain a lot of good insights, and we are going to disseminate this as soon as we are ready for it. And yeah, please have a look, because these technologies are all common problems in our community, and it will be beneficial for every community and for every science discipline, because we are covering the overall ocean observing system. The next slide, please. We have mentioned AMRIT, but AMRIT is not the only EU-funded project that MonGOOS is participating. We are also involved in OPSI for CLIM, Bio-Eco-Ocean, Blue Cloud 2026, DOORS, and FOCUS. OPSI for CLIM and Bio-Eco-Ocean are one of the newest newest projects funded. I receive a funding, successful proposals, and they are as a result of the same horizon call for the EOVs in physical and chemical. And in line with that, for the next slide, please, we are working on creating a community of practice forum along with the EOV network in order to provide recommendations or input to the policy development in order to help them to make evidence-based and informed policies. For instance, DG Mare is working on a legislative proposal in order to close the gap in recommendations and the guidelines, and also the policy input, let's say, in ocean observing, because we don't have currently, there is no any European regulations on these. So we are in this project, together with all our efforts, we are working in order to help the decision makers while providing them the necessary information and to guide us through the next years and the decade and longer term. Because it's very fragmented and we have an important role in this coordination. There's an announcement here, which is the webinar on the Blue Cloud 2026 project. It is on fair data principles. It is also another common issue for everyone. The title is Applying Fair Principles Across Ocean Data Management Value Chain. It is going to be organized on 27th November online at 3 Central European Time. You can register at their own website. We have also circulated this information, and it will be made available. Please do not hesitate to register. Or for the capacity building, your students, your network, the speakers are in their fields. We hope that it's going to provide good insights. This is the third and the last webinar series on this topic, so don't miss that. It's, by the way, just important to mention that it's about 90 to 120 minutes. We are still trying to finalize the agenda, negotiating with the speakers, so it will not last more than 2 hours. It's important for our time management. AMRIT, I'm not going to talk more about the AMRIT, but MonGOOS is not the only regional alliance that we are organizing a workshop. The next one is going to be a NOOS on 14th of October. As AMRIT and EuroGOOS role is, as Vanessa mentioned during the session, is coordinating these efforts, and as well as for the helping them to for the operational tools, especially for the data management. So it's very important for the future of, let's say, the ocean observations in Europe, as we will be the hub, EOS, kind of a technical center. So don't miss tomorrow the session. It's from 9 a.m. to 11. So it's just 2 hours workshop. Another important news is one of the projects that we are involved in, DOORS, has received the Best Project Award for the category of competitive, innovative, and sustainable blue economy in the Black Sea. So that was a very good result, and I wanted to share this with you. On the next slide, please. There's another webinar organized by one of our working group. Is the Science Advisory Working Group on Cost-Effective Ocean Observing Technology, with the title Technological Development for Sustainable Low-Cost Marine Observations. It is going to take place on 4th November for 2 hours at 10 a.m. We have disseminated the webinar along in a broader community. If you do not have this, of course, you can contact us. We can send the invitation and the link to registration, but it is available on our website, just to mention. And the next webinar will be organized on artificial intelligence applications. It is in the making, and it will take place around early 2025. The biological working group, it's an important working group to enlarge the operational community, operational oceanography community, that they were working on the last 2 years in 2 important reports on recommendations for the use of eDNA and observing techniques, and the protocols on molecular and imaging tools. The reports are ready, almost ready. I mean, they are ready, I know, but they are not ready to be disseminated, and we will circulate the reports. If you are working, I know that there are some biologists, and it will also provide kind of a good overview about the status of the biological observations into the operational oceanography. Data MAC working group was very busy on preparing a EuroGOOS data policy. It is not new anymore. It is not freshly out of the bacon, But what is new is that so far 32 EuroGOOS members have signed. I just wanted to share the latest information with you. If your organization would like to have a look, please do not hesitate. So we are getting bigger and bigger. We have extended the survey, which we have already started in early summer on ocean literacy. And the deadline has extended until the end of the month. If you have not participated, and if you're interested in, please do not hesitate to look at this at our website again. The task teams, one of the major importance, they are very busy, they are all very active, and the 12th ferry box workshop is the traditional ferry box workshop, is taking place actually today and tomorrow in FMI, in Finnish Meteorological Institute premises in Helsinki. And the HFR task team's annual meeting took place in last month in Plymouth. There's a few sentences here I'm not going to go through, but in case the slides will be distributed later, I think so, you will have a full story. I only would like to mention here as an important piece of information, piece of news is that not only the task teams of the EuroGOOS, but the international task teams has been appointed by the GOOS and the Sustained Arctic Ocean Observing Networks to create a regional alliance in Arctic region. It's an important development. We have received a very good feedback and successful session was organized at Arctic Observing Summit in order to engage with the broader community, and the more will come very soon. So there's another regional alliance is growing and developing. The next slide, please. To have an overview about the other regional systems, well, MonGOOS is one of them for the Mediterranean region. We have the Arctic cruise, as I mentioned. We have the Baltic, we have the Iberian, and we have the West European Northwest regional systems. They are very active. May was a very popular month for organizing their general assemblies for the Arctic, BOOS, and IBERUS, whereas the MonGOOS and NOOS, they are organizing their annual gathering towards the second half of the year. And today we are for the MonGOOS, and in 2 weeks we will be in the NOOS, the North Sea. And they are working on the NOOS strategy for 2030 and will be a very big part of their discussion and their next meeting. I think this must be my absolutely the last slide. You can engage with social media. In EuroGOOS we have newsletters, we have LinkedIn profiles. We have Alicia know more about that as our communication officer. She's taking care of all this social media engagement. This is pretty much in a nutshell what is happening in the last months in EuroGOOS. We are working very hard for this community engagement and for coordination. We have found that it requires a high level of coordination in order to create a sustained observations, not only in Europe, in a global, but we are at the moment responsible for Europe, although our responsibility goes beyond as an individual citizen. Having said that, the citizen science is very important in order to engage. Engaging with citizens is very important to boost the societal uptake of innovative solutions, and which comes out as a part of our community. With this, I would like to end. It was well, if you have any questions, please, I'm here, and just let me know.
Thank you, Denis, for this very clear presentation on EuroGOOS. I have a question just to understand. EuroGOOS, MonGOOS are both regional alliances, and I can see that the structure of both MonGOOS and EuroGOOS are quite different. We have not the same task team, we have not the same working group. What happens at the level of the, I can't remember, the regional operational oceanographic system of MonGOOS? I imagine that MonGOOS also has a different structure compared to the other regional center you mentioned. Do you, as a regional alliance, receive some guidance or best practices from GOOS to organize yourself? So they told you, you have to have a share and then this working group. And do you, as EuroGOOS, provide guidance to your regional operational oceanographic system to try to homogenize the way we work?
It is a mutual interest in any way and mutual support. But our interaction, for instance, with the GOOS national focal points for the information exchange and knowledge transfer of knowledge goes via more for the co-designing process of the European Ocean Observing System, EOS. The governance structured into 3 different boards. There's advisory board committee, there's an operations committee, and the members are the GOOS national focal points in Europe. And we have the resource forum. Advisory board is led by Marine Board, operations committee led by EuroGOOS, and I'm one of the main coordination level. And the resource forum is with the GPI Ocean. So this is our common stakeholder platform in addition to the GOOS national focal points. But what is EOS is actually also the EuroGOOS. So we are providing guidance, and they are responsible for their coordination at their national level, which is very fragmented, local, regional, national. So we do try to do our best together, yeah.
Thanks for the presentation. I have a similar question. It's about strategies, because there is a EuroGOOS strategy, there is EOS strategy, there is now MonGOOS strategy, and other alliance strategy. Are somewhere coordinated?
Well, we are all working towards the same goal. Absolutely. And what EuroGOOS is trying to achieve this fragmentation efforts into the one umbrella. For instance, MonGOOS is, we said that it is really focused on the Mediterranean region. For the region, in terms of the regional alliances, in terms of the EOS, yes, it's the same, the coordination. So we need to, this is one of the main challenges in ocean observing in Europe. We need to, very important to improve this coordination. And there's a lot of overlapping as well. Avoid overlapping, create a bit more harmony, not only national. Some of them is some countries, for instance, very much focused on the local, some very national. So there's a bit of a discrepancy between the countries' policies, and some do not have. And this is what EuroGOOS is trying to achieve, and EOS is part of it. But it's the same
I think
goal.
that the sub-regional alliance like MonGOOS should follow the strategy.
They do, I suppose, they do.
Okay.
The MonGOOS, the system, are part of the operational group, all the regions. So also working, as Denise said, there are 3 groups. In the operational, that is why, because we are not decision maker. We can give advice and things, but there is the decision committee is more related to the focal points, national focal points. This is the countries, okay? But in the operational working groups, in the operational working group, all the rules are present, and we try to get. We will say the same strategy, because this is different. Because our problems are not the problems that NOOS has, the regional. It's not the problem that our IBIRUS has. But in the main aspect, we will try to have the same strategy. Certainly, it's what we do research. If you want to put in several areas, you have to get what is more, like in Southern Adriatic, more for convection, that is more in the others, in the other one is more for, I don't know, currents and whatever. So here we are trying to amalgamate a little bit the strategies in the main aspect, but if we go to the regional, in the details, we are more specific in each courses.
Okay, thanks.
Each regions.
Yeah. Please, if you can share the presentation so we can get all dates and communicate to our colleagues for the meetings.
Sure, with
thanks.
pleasure.
All the presentations, today's presentation, if they agree. Yeah, there is also we have the YouTube. YouTube. I'm tired. And so there is recorded so in the YouTube channel from the EO, so you can listen to yourself. And we will, at the end, we will share a folder with all the presentations from the GR as for the workshop, as we did. And we will have a book of abstract regarding the workshop. So if Alicia can give me the pen drive, I can wrap up. So I will just put some points on the table. I think for what it is, we have a nice day, at least for a productive day. We discuss a lot. And the question that I put on the table here is regarding the meetings. I believe that, ¿puedes poner? Yo no sé. Okay, I have a Mac, it's different. So there are several questions. I think we tackle this year we have the thematic of the meeting. There was extreme events, fisheries. We cannot do every year the same thing because there are so many aspects to tackle. Really. Last year we did it, was the time from the ocean prediction, and we were working for the modelings because was the time that we have to get the community together in this decade program. As Diego said, from when we started in 2000. ¿De qué? Ah. No, no. Ah. Is this already in presentation? I can put in presentation. Okay. Okay, I hope I can see. Well, I did very big letters, so memory for this morning. So there are things that I would like to put on the table and that we should discuss. As I said, this is my last year, my last meeting, should be. And as a chair, because I will participate. I believe nobody's, I was said some time ago in the office, nessuno è indispensabile. So you are, yeah. So it means that it's not that I have to do, I'm the only person that can lead, I'm the chair for MonGOOS. I think, I'm looking at Manuel, has been the chair for EB Rules for how many years? 8. Well, we have 6. No, okay. Don't get this example. And so because we changed our memorandum of understanding of agreement, where we was said that the chairs should have two mandates maximum, and each of the mandate is 3 years. So if we wrote this, I don't want to start to changing. So I will ask you, put this, to get nominations. I mean, propose yourself. And certainly, it's not an easy job. I won't lie. No, this is not, I won't say this. But I think we progressed a lot in the last 6 years, and we are advanced. And now we have a really nice team for the working group that is working. Now, so, you know, at the beginning, have to get stimulated, but now I believe that we work very well. Caterina, that was from application, I have to say, application working group, she has to step down because she changed institute, so I would like to, as I said, to welcome Diego as a new co-chair for the application working group. He was very willing to participate and to do the chair, so I said, yeah, the co-chair, yeah. So the work is not easy, but we have now running the observation. This is a very good job that Manolo and Orenz are doing. There is the modeling, that is Manuel and Christian are working, and there is the application. So the chair, just to say, the chair is not going to be alone, like when we start, and it was in the former time. Now the working groups is a team. Okay, the chair is the one leading, getting some, is the one that is, you know, the front man to do things, but there is a team behind now, they're working. So I really, all the other people maybe listening that didn't come, I will send an email to do all the our participants in MonGOOS and to step forward to maybe nominate. Certainly I will be behind, at least at the beginning. It's not easy to navigate in some of these structures, more like you said, like EOs and all this is quite complicated. So this is the first thing. The second thing I want to share with you, there was many thoughts in the group about the frequency and the modality of the MonGOOS GR, General Assembly. We have every year meeting. I don't like to be here. We faced the online meetings where we are in the COVID. And there was 2 years without seeing each other. And I believe that, how you said, have the be together, have talking to each other and face-to-face is a win-to-win aspect. But I understand that now we are facing so many meetings. I mean, this is explosions of meeting that maybe you said, oh, MonGOOS, why I should go? But this is a network. It's networking. And I think it's very important because you keep all the institutions together. So the frequency, we have General Assembly annually, once a year. I put this that should we meet 1 year in person, 1 year online? I don't know. I will put this form, Google form. I don't know who likes the Google form, and to send maybe to get, you know, the opinion, from everybody. We, since many years, we link the workshop, a workshop to the MonGOOS. At the beginning was not, but then there was, in the time, there was Giovanni Enrique, they thought there was better to link science or one of the thematic of the working groups to be shared with the community in all the work. Not only make the shopping list, what we have done, but see the work of the people. So there is another question. Should we still link to the GR, General Assembly? This makes, if we do separately, we can have more time to discuss for GR. I always want people to travel on maximum on Monday to go back on Friday at home, because I believe that it's good to be weekends with the families and things. So we are always with the General Assembly rushing. Yeah, like today, I think we have about the catering, that today, this morning, where we have a very, very nice discussion, but always we have to cut because of the time. So this is another issue that put on the table that I would like you to know what you think. And so the workshops should be maybe the touch. We have many, also this, we have many conferences. Especially we do it in some periods that there are no conference, like I would say January, February, more or less, or this, I think the only months that are a little bit weak. August, yeah, everybody, we have to go maybe to the northern countries, but there is not a Mediterranean Sea. If not, we would die, it's too hot. So we can die. So there is inflation of workshop meetings and things. I like the workshop. I really like the workshop, and we have like in the tomorrow, the 2 days, today after the AMRIT, we have the workshop and the next day. But again, should we do it once online, once in present? What is the feeling about this? So he said, also the workshop, we have to do every year. No, we can do every 2 years. I don't know. We have to think about maybe make in this case, the 1 week completely. I think Jericho did it the whole week, and I think people came completely down. I think it's too much. When you have too much information, at the end you don't care too much. You don't. We have to be honest. We don't pay more attention. You go to a 5 days meeting. The poor guys have to present the last presentation. Nobody listens. Yeah, nobody said, I bet it's working on the computer. They said, oh my gosh, when this meeting will end. So here we are, because we want to be. Yeah. So I believe that if we come, it's because we want to listen. That's why I get upset with it sometimes, and I'm sorry for this. But nobody forced us to come. And if you come, it's try to get the maximum information that we try to provide. So this is something that we should think. And as I put this, as online and or in-person formal alternate. So I will get this questionnaire, I will put. And something that we were thinking, and also Emanuela suggested, that is good, that they have joined working groups, meetings online. That is, who wants to participate to the working groups? That is what the foreman you said, that there is like 2 working groups together, or all the working groups? What would you meant with this? Yeah, at least they can be online, and at least twice a year. They should be to get the advances, problems, maybe like Amri said, coffee corners or something like half a day or 2 hours, just to get update. So I will send a questionnaire. Maybe someone want to comment on this before I close the meeting. I don't know. Have something to say? Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I think an important milestone will be the nomination of the new chairs of MonGOOS. We already discussed that at the previous meeting in Tangier, if I remember well. How do you think to organize that in an efficient way? I think it could be also useful to have a kind of term of reference of MonGOOS chair.
It is in the memorandum of understanding where the chairs knows what they're supposed to do.
Okay, but how do you want to proceed? Just wait people to say?
I mean, I would say that to send an email, and then just to send an email to me, because I will now be as an interim, and nominate his or her is okay. And the only, I think, that is necessary to be one of the member. The person should belong to one of the institutions, maybe member of MonGOOS. This is one thing.
And when?
And then for the election, if we have candidate, we can call after the nomination. There is someone that can nominate himself, or we have the two candidates. Maximum after 6 years, I think we should call an extraordinary general assembly, and this, as the last time, it could be online. It's just to vote. If we have maybe 3-4 persons, we'll be grateful. So we can have this is a dream, but it can be great. And then we can vote. We have done this in MonGOOS, so MonGOOS can help us. It is about voting, and we get this done. We call it extraordinary general assembly.
And the deadline would be for the next General Assembly, for example? You want to find the new chair during this year? Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, will be better. Yeah. I mean, I cannot live without leaving to someone. I mean, but at the point of being interim, it cannot be forever. I mean, that is what is the meaning of being chair, of being interim. Yeah. I mean, within this year, certainly for the next General Assembly, a new chair should be. And it's requested. Yeah. Why are you looking at me like that?
That's fine.
Okay. Question? Another question? Begonia?
No, I'm afraid. But I have to say this, first of all. Thank you very much, Vanessa, because I know the amount of work that this means. It's not to discourage
no, please, don't do
the
it.
rest of the nominations.
Don't say this because they don't do my
No,
work.
but I think all of us here, and people that are not attending today, agree that you have been pushing the community with such personal involvement. You have done a great job. And of course, the first thing I have to say, I think everybody thinks the same, is thank you very much for your efforts.
Thank you.
And well, it's a pity for MonGOOS. I understand you have to be tired, but just want to say thank you first of all. And let's see how long is the interim.
That is the problem. Thank you, Begonia.
With respect to the options you raised in the presentation, in this slide, I think most of the options you propose seem reasonable to me. But of course, if you're going to launch a survey to the partners, we can reply.
Yeah, we have to think about what is the best, because a lot of people just start saying, oh, I would like to come, but I have so the meetings. Even if we send the save the date 8 months ago, something like this. So
it doesn't matter. There are so many meetings at the same time that I have the experience that I want to stay in many meetings that I can't attend.
Yeah.
So I think everybody's happy having the same problem.
Yeah, and of course this is a network. Is this if you have a project or something meeting you have attend, and so there is and things are getting really stressful after the COVID. So just to celebrate, and then we have the social dinner. Okay, there is the Restaurante El Balneario. This is in Parque del Balneario Nuestra Señora del Carmen. There is Baños del Carmen. I have it here.
That's because we have to really think about the question.
I'm changing it here. No se ve. Se ve solamente la vieja y no la nueva.
esa no es esta.
No. So, yeah, I was just, we say that there is we have our social dinner en el restaurante El Balneario. 10:30 we will start eating. So, unfortunately, or I sent several times the email for who want to sign it to the dinner. So only the persons that are sign it can attend, because they were very strict about the number. And I mean, you couldn't ask for plus, minus, 2, 4. No, there was something like, it seems like it was no food. I don't know. So,
yeah. So, just a couple of things. If you ask someone how to arrive, don't say El Balneario. They will say, what? Baños del Carmen. That's the name. Every people in Malaga knows this about. You go to Baños del Carmen, okay? So.
This is the center, just to more or less for people, because we were thinking that they were on the other side.
Okay, we are going to the east. So, of course, you have here Cabify, Uber, all these things. But if you want to call a taxi, the number for taxi, there's several, but one of them is, you take a note, 952 33 33 33. It's easy. Even I can remember that. Okay, so if you call a taxi, yes? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, if you come from this area, you can go to the train station and there's a taxi stop. If you want to go by bus, you have two buses, number 3 and number 8. And you have to go down in the stop, the name is Bolivia, Baños del Carmen. Okay? So if someone comes from here, now I can explain the bus stop for number 3 is for those people who are or who want to go directly from here, or if your hotel is here around. Then I can explain you where to go to the bus stop, because it's very close to here. I will explain now. If you are staying around the city center, then you can take both, number 3 or number 8. But if you are here, number 3, if you want to go now, I can explain you, or now, if you are going to go later, I will explain you how to get there. Now, in the center you have both, number 3 and number 8, okay?
Because many persons, I think, are in the center also.
Yeah, so number 3 or number 8. One more practical question about the drinks. Walking from the center, if you are in a hurry, it's half an hour. Half an hour, it's quite nice. No, from here. I mean from the city center, not from the Oceanographic Center. From the city center, it's you go around this walk around close to the sea, it's half an hour. Okay. Another practical question. When we arrive there, it is close to the sea, quite a beautiful place. From the moment you sit down to have dinner to the moment you get up,
the drink are included. Beer, wine, whatever. But not before, not after. That's important. I mean, if you arrive earlier, maybe it's a very nice place, you go around and then you order for a drink, then you have to pay that, okay? Not included. And when you finish that, if you want to stay there and have a drink, you have to pay. But from the moment you sit down to the moment you get up, it's included.
I just, what?
They will wake up you. Don't worry.
I was just, as my last social dinner, as a chair, the dinner is offered by OGS. And and I would say that is, I think actually, I thank MonGOOS because we got the budget because we did a work as MonGOOS that I remember I was sending some for a questionnaire for the eCoins project. So your answer gave us the possibility to get some budget that I will use to for the dinner. So, so you are invited, but only, as I said, when you sit, and then when they kick you out. But before and after, I don't pay anything. Okay? Okay. So I think it's okay. We see you for tomorrow. It's very important. I know the Mediterranean community, like today, they were arriving very slowly and things, no? So, I mean, we were supposed to start at 9:20. There were 5 persons at 9:20. So, tomorrow will be very, we have the AMRIT, and there are people online, and that will give the presentation, and we will have all this. So, I kindly ask you, please arrive at least 10 minutes earlier, please. I know it's difficult, but try to be punctual. We will start at 9 o'clock sharp. So, and will be a pity because we are hosting this workshop, this session, and really will be a pity to be 5 persons in the room, and then people coming, you know, entering, and then, because in the thing about, already Denise said a lot of things from the session tomorrow, but it's good to have the feedback. Okay, so see you tonight.